Hello, can I hear myself on Twitch? I can I hear myself on YouTube? I can as well, which means everything is working, which means that I can switch scenes to the Just Yapping scene. There you go. Hello. Hello, Ace Sedai. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to pronounce the first part, but I do assume the second part is indeed Sedai. But bonjour to you, bonjour. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Marjolaine. Hello, Ktosh. How are you guys doing? I hope all of you are doing well. I hope you had a great day. Let me grab my chat because otherwise it will make for a much harder time to, to read things. And do I have everything? Yes, I do have everything. Everything is fine. Everything is ready. We can properly start the stream. It's okay, t'inquiète. Okay. I'll pronounce it AS Sedai. Yeah. Should I call you AS or Sedai? Which one do you prefer? You get to choose. I will call you whatever you want. But hello to you, of course, or bonjour ou bonsoir peut-être parce qu'il est déjà 18h, donc bon. It is quite late indeed. Great got Kaching today for standard on second account yesterday. So not today, but yesterday you got Kaching. Is that it? Congratulations on your Kaching. She used to be perhaps not my main, but I used to play her quite a lot once I got her back. It was long before Dendro was the thing. But I used to play Kaching quite a bit, but nowadays it's kind of hard to justify putting her on field, but things have evolved. I actually watched a video of I Win to Lose Gaming. He put out a video about Genshin Impact characters and how much they what do you call that? How much they have fallen off in terms of their usage in Spiral Abyss. And basically everyone has fallen off. Well, everyone, no. But most of the older characters are no longer relevant, I guess. The characters that you would see the most in the Spiral Abyss would be Moika, Neuvillette, Arlecchino, and so you don't really see any more of Arataki Ito, for instance. He's no longer really present in there, which is kind of sad. And on top of that, we no longer see him in events and stuff, which is kind of strange, but why not? But yeah, Genshin has changed a lot. Sedai, ça me va? Ok, je t'appellerai donc Sedai. Mais bonjour à toi, bienvenue sur le stream. Il me semble t'avoir déjà vu. Mais bon, je vais re-switcher en anglais parce que sinon après mon cerveau il va pas réussir à bien faire les choses. Switcher de langue en langue à chaque fois c'est un peu compliqué. Where was I? Yes, Genshin. We do have some news in Genshin because we had the live stream today, which I watched right before the stream that I started because I didn't have a whole lot of time. And I don't know what to think about the live stream because part of me is excited because we are seeing plenty of old characters resurface, whether it is through the event. My boy, Mike Bakery is there, Ridesley. Apparently he's going to meet Kinich for some reason, but he's there, so I was really happy to see the Riz Lord. He is indeed back, so that was really nice. And that was for the event part. We also see Neuvillette. Apparently, we are going to see some interactions between Neuvillette and Kokaku. What's the name of Aoife's bird? Shit, I forgot the name of Aoife's bird. Well, not bird, but it's a saurian, the pink saurian. He's actually kind of funny, we have two characters from Natlan with kind of sidekicks, we'll call him that, between Kinich with Ahau and what's his name, Aoife with Kakoku. Let me check it up online real quick. Genshin Aoife bird thing. Kakuku. Okay. The name of the bird thing is Kakuku. Okay, there you go. But if I had to choose between the two, between Ahau and Kakuku, I really like Kakuku. He's really funny. I mean, he doesn't say much, and what he says is usually not really interesting, but I do find him funny, whereas Ahau is kind of very infuriating, you know? And hello, Danny Hellman. Ride the penguin? Do you ride a penguin? Art. But hello to you. Welcome to the stream. And this game also has a novelette. No, not reverse. Right now I'm just chatting about the Genshin Impact live stream that we had today, the new announcement for the patch 5.6, I believe it is. But no, there is no novelette in Reverse 1999, at least not as far as I know. And as of right now, there isn't. But you know, who knows? Maybe one day we'll have a collaboration between Genshin Impact and Reverse 1999. It could be interesting, I think. I don't really know how they would implement that, but well, why not? Who knows? And hello, Swivy. More of Aoife's bird antagonizing Ahau, please. Yes, yes, indeed. How are you, Swivy? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Aoife's bird, Kakuku, antagonizing Ahau on the live stream. That was lovely. That was lovely. And I don't even know if Kakuku was doing this on purpose, but it was definitely very much deserved for Ahau, because Ahau is really infuriating. He's a frustrating character, and to be fair, he's written that way, and the voice actor, whoever they are, I don't actually know who they are doing a great job at being annoying. But Kakuku, on the other hand, he's just cute. I don't know why there is such a stark difference between the opinion I have of Ahau and the opinion I have of Kakuku, but yeah, I definitely prefer Kakuku. And by the way, Swivy, I thought of you. I mentioned this a few seconds ago, but I watched a video of I Win to Lose Gaming. He basically calculated which character had fallen off the most in Genshin Impact in regards to their usage in Spiral Abyss. And the winner of the competition was none other than the character that you mentioned yesterday, aka Nilou. Nilou is the character that has fallen off the most after Natlan. Basically, she basically no one uses her anymore. Well, perhaps not no one, but she's seen very little usage in Spiral Abyss, and it was kind of funny that you actually mentioned using her in Spiral Abyss. But you know, it is what it is. Me and Aha would go so well together. Yeah, maybe, but I don't think that would be a compliment, Sosh. Right, Billy? Nilu. How the fuck did autocorrect change Nilu to Billy? I don't know. That's an excellent question, but I guess perhaps your autocorrect is thinking of the wrong game. Billy is in Zenless Zone Zero. Although I will mention that Billy has been infuriating to me because he has a trust event thing, trust quest, whatever you want to call it, where you have to explore a hollow with him. And I've tried to trigger whatever is supposed to trigger, and it doesn't happen. Because apparently you're supposed to go in Wither Domain and do a hollow raid or whatever you want to call that. And through the TV section, you're supposed to go towards a specific TV thingy. But that specific TV thingy does not appear for me. I've tried it multiple times, and the only answer I found online was whenever you get into the mode, move around a bit, defeat one enemy, and if it doesn't appear, then restart. So yeah, I like Billy as a character, but goddamn is this infuriating. This is really annoying. It's pissing me off. Nilu Belgian meta right now. Yeah, no, apparently the meta is going to switch towards freeze teams. I mean, not entirely sure the entire meta is going to switch, but Escoffier is a freeze team character. So that was a bit of a strange decision, I guess. because I certainly was not expecting that. And one thing that kind of disappointed me, unfortunately, is that Aoife is going to be, number one, a 4-star character, even though we kind of knew that already. But what disappointed me most was that he is mostly supposed to be a character for electrocharge teams. And correct me if I'm wrong, but basically no one uses electrocharged. I mean, there is Ororon, of course, but like electrocharge is really a useless reaction, not gonna lie. The most useful and notable reactions are aggravate, spread, hyperbloom, vaporize, melt. The rest, they kind of don't exist. I mean, Burgeon can work, but it's not as easy to implement as, for instance, Hyperbloom. So yeah, I'm kind of disappointed because I was really looking forward to Aoife. The problem is I don't really plan on pulling for Escoffier, despite the fact that she's French. I'm not going to pull for every French character. But yeah, and I don't plan on pulling for Navia's constellations. I'm happy with my C0 Navia. So I don't think I'll get our boy Aoife, even though I kind of really want to because, you know, I like him. He's fun and I like his bird. Oh, I know what you're talking about. It occurs at the rest sites, enemies encounters. Uh, well, I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, but unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about. Rest sites, enemies encounters. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I'm trying to think very hard and make my brain work, but unfortunately, I don't really recall what these are supposed to be. To be fair, I haven't spent all that much time in Withered Domains. I kind of gave up on that. I will go back to it at some point to get some of the rewards that I'm missing. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been in Withered Domains. 77 pity on Venti's banner. I think it's the day I will get the 5-star. Mizuki, Farina, Fischl, Ororon. I guess that could work. Probably. Uh yeah, I guess it works. But if you're really focused on damage, there are some much better teams where you can use either Fischl or Furina. Mizuki is not exactly uh, she exists, and that's great. But that's about it. And same thing with Ororon. He exists, and that's good enough, I guess. It's gonna be Diluc, I swear. That only time will tell once you actually get the pull and you get the character. I hope that you do get your Venti if that is indeed what you wish. But you know, perhaps you should ask Mihai for some luck because apparently he was lucky enough to pull for Shilonin's weapon, right? So maybe you can ask Mihai some advice on how to bring luck to your account somehow. I've grinded ZZZ pretty hard, 100% Lost Void, 90% Withered Domains, all agent max friendships, and 420 out of 430 or 450 achievements. No, 430 out of 450. Previous version had 434 total achievements. For Billy, make sure you're at max difficulty. Yeah, I wasn't at max difficulty. I didn't pay attention, and I probably should have, but in Withered Domains, does the game adapt your character to the difficulty? Like, I do remember that when I started Lost something that you mentioned yourself, where was it? Lost Void. There is a power adjustment, so even if your characters are not properly leveled, the game will do that. I don't think Withered Domain adapts your shit. Because my Billy is level 20. No, he's level 10, I think. He's level 10. And he doesn't have disk drives. He has a weapon, but or a W engine, but it's not leveled up or anything like that. I don't even know if it's a 4-star W engine or just the standard one that you get when you start the game, you know? The 1-star or 2-star ones, who knows? But yeah, my Billy, not strong. No, not a strong Billy on my account. I did take Evelyn in my team, and she was the one I used to clear things when Billy was there. But yeah, I couldn't manage to trigger whatever event thing that I was supposed to trigger, and I've tried like multiple times. But I guess if I wasn't at max difficulty, then that's probably why it didn't trigger, which is kind of annoying. And that he is in his squad. Yeah, he was in my squad. He was even the leader of my squad. But yeah, no, I guess max difficulty is where I faltered. But I suppose I will have to retry that again till it finally happens, because that quest is bugging me because it's there. I can see it and I can't complete it. To be fair, there are other quests that I have to do. I have plenty of side quests to do in ZZZ, so I'll be doing those slowly but surely, and hopefully get enough rewards to guarantee myself a lighter. Because, by the way, I made my decision. I don't think I'm going to pull for Hugo. Because I already have Miyabi, and she is technically wearing a tie and a suit. So she does fit the bill of being a tie-wearing, suit-wearing character. And I do like Miyabi. I've done a couple of trust events with her, and I do like her. And on top of that, she's very strong. So I don't really want to abandon a strong character. So I will probably not pull for Hugo and just focus on my Evelyn team for now. So, for instance, on Lyta, and then hopefully get Astra Yao whenever I can. Can you bless me, Master? I believe it's gonna be at 78 pity. Well, I give you all the blessings, I give you all the Kurukurus as well. You know what? Since you played the Kurukuru, you're thinking of Herta, you're thinking of the Herta, Big Herta, and you got Big Herta, which means you were lucky, which means that you will be lucky today as well. And now we pray that you get your Venti. No, why it's a 5-star? Okay, it is a 5-star. Guess what? It's Diluc. Oh boy. I'm sorry to hear that. But you know what? At least you managed to predict your own pulls. I don't know how much comfort that brings you, but you know, that means you have a special power or something, probably. Yeah, I know it doesn't really work like that, but oh well. At the very least, that means you have a guaranteed for whatever other character you want. So I got Blade, then the standard pole arm, then Kaching, and now Diluc. My luck is going crazy. Yeah, I can see that. But once again, let's try and see the silver lining. If you all have such bad luck right now, you'll probably get a better luck after, right? It's supposed to balance out at some point, right? At least mathematically speaking, it's supposed to. Except it's not exactly how the world works, but yeah. All you can do is pray and hope. Is there any character that you are looking forward to? Are you looking forward to Escoffier? We are having reruns for who again? Navia on the first half with Escoffier, and Raiden Shogun and Kinich on the second half. I know that you already have Kinich, but do you have Navia or the Raiden Shogun? Because if you don't, then, you know, at least you have a guaranteed for them. I personally, I think I'm probably going to skip the entire patch, which is nice. That means I can save for whatever character I'm interested in. Although there is a new character which I am very much not interested in, and that is, what is his name? Dahlia, I think? A new character from Mondstadt. He had a Hydro Vision, and he was present at the trial thingy that we saw in the trailer. Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to him because I don't particularly like his design. But at least he exists, you know. New Hydro Twink, yeah, basically. He's a little boy, you know. And you know what? I saw an image that made me kind of laugh. It was an image of Barbara and Dahlia together, and beneath them there was an image of Hyacinth from Honkai Star Rail. So basically, if you marry Barbara to pink-haired boy Dahlia, you get Hyacinth from from Honkai Star Rail. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. I don't know if that's good news, but it does make sense. Where was I? I need his signature for crit rate. If you want, I have his signature weapon. I mean, Kenich's. I wish I could gift it to you because I have no intention of using that. And I didn't really want that, but well, never mind. But if Bennett is going to be on the banner, then I will pull anyways, no matter what's the 5-star. Yeah, you really do need a Bennett here. I don't remember how long you've been playing the game, but at least a few months, and you still don't have a Bennett, which is quite insane. But what you call that? Weird. I was going to say something, but I kind of forgot. No. Kind of good for Dia DPS though. Depends. If you're going the route of Burgeon Dia, which is really not great, then sure, because the passive of the weapon is really geared towards Burgeon, if I recall correctly. Not Burgeon, Burning. But Burning Dia is not really something to write home about, you know? Dia is not really something to write home about either, so, you know. Emily? I don't know. I mean, yeah, for burning, you would want to have Emily because she is made for that, and she would definitely help Kinich. So that's something, I guess. But I don't have Emily, and I don't really plan on pulling for her. And well, I don't have Kinich, and I really don't plan on pulling for him either. I just have his weapon because I wanted the Raiden Shogun's weapon, if I recall correctly, but I got his instead. So that was fairly disappointing. And hello, Jamie James, how are you? Hello, the Storm Arcanist, Owl, Manus Vindictor, Arcana, Anaxa Hater, Lilac Hater, Streamer, Viewer, Arlen, Main Castress, Main, Mighty Main, Kakanya Main, Placeholder Main, Talid Main, Zani Main, Leilani Main, Laurel Main, Ridesley Main, Senadina Main, Vermilion Night Eclipse, Himiko Main, Evelyn Main, Wise Main, Zenless Zen Zero player, Wuthering Waves player, Reverse 1999 player, Ash Echoes player, AFK Journey player, Genshin Impact main, Honkai Impact 3rd main, luckiest streamer and luckiest viewer, Fisherman. How's your day? Nice day for fishing, ain't it? I mean, I guess it is a nice day for fishing. If I should give you the link to the Viva La Dirt League videos about the fisherman, just so you guys know what I'm talking about. If you don't know, if you already know, then that's great, and that means at least the reference is not just going out the window. But you know, how are you doing, Jamie James? I hope you're doing well. We're talking a bit about Genshin Impact since we had the live stream for the 5.6 version, which I am rather excited about. And yes, that is one of the other things that I wanted to mention. The reason why I'm a bit less excited is because the trailer at the very start of the live stream was not in English. The trailer was the Japanese one, if I'm not mistaken. And you know what that means? That means a shit ton of voice might be missing from the actual version of the game or the actual quests. And that I have to admit is kind of worrying me, because I really loved the fact that we saw so many old characters come back, except if they don't have voices in English, that would be sorely disappointing, I think. So yeah, I don't really know what to do about that. Because I do wish to play. Well, I will play through the Archon quest and the event, but I do wish to stream those. But if I'm streaming those, I don't know if I should stream it in English and hope that the voices are there, or if I should just stream it in with the Japanese dub, because at least we will have some voices. Because you know it's nicer to have the voices. But man, we are seeing Nouvellette back. We are seeing Farina. I assume Farina's voice will be there because something. There you go. Because I'm always playing with something in my hands and I dropped it. Never mind. Not the point. The point is that yeah, Farina. I'm guessing that we'll hear her voice because she seems to be to keep on working as a VA. I mean, and she is at the head of the studio. What is it called? Sound Cadence, I believe, which is the studio that is dealing with the ZZZ dub, and they seem to be trying to get voices back or to get new voices if needed. Which is why we saw Rena, Grace, and Coletta be replaced, which kind of makes me afraid because apparently I learned that yesterday or something. Rena is Clorin's VA in Genshin, and Grace is Shenhe's VA in Genshin. So yeah, we might be losing Clorin and Shenhe's VAs. Although some people mention that maybe since Clorin and Shenhe don't really have prominent roles, they don't really need the VAs. Therefore, they don't need to change anything because they are not there. So hopefully they won't, because I really liked Clorin and Shenhe especially. Both of them, I think, did a fantastic job for their characters. And the thing is, for Rena and Grace, I didn't spend enough time with them to actually know exactly, or rather to form an emotional connection to those characters. But for Colorand and Shenhe, I definitely did. So it would be quite a shame to lose them. I think I'm not gonna play on the second account for like a week because of the pulls lately. Well, I mean, that's fine, I guess. Um, if you don't want to play on your second account, you don't have to. Tomorrow I'm gonna get my letter from Kawa. I don't know what Kawa is. I'm currently just farming to Insight 3 my Kakanya for my Blonny Yenisei Kakanya Liang tea. We'll try to P1 Liang to use her more as a support. I see. Blony. I don't really remember what she does. Blony, I mean. Right, she's a DPS, but you need to set up her ultimate ability because her ultimate ability allows her incantations to deal more damage. Isn't that how she works? Blony is a DPS that ramps up after her ultimate. Okay, yeah, so I do remember. I do remember, even though I've never played her. Well, I did try her out, I think, but I never really played her for real. My Blony is not built. Don't tell that to Jessica. She might have my head on a pike by the end of the evening, but yeah, she doesn't need to know. But okay, so. But that means that Blony is quite AP hungry, isn't she? And from my understanding, right now, at least at P0, Liang is also AP hungry. Yenisei, I believe, is just a healer, and Kakanya, she's a tank, kind of. Kakanya is rather AP friendly because you don't really need to use her incantations. You do need to get her ultimate once in a while in order to reset her what you call that, her empathy stacks. Because otherwise, she won't be absorbing the damage anymore. I personally use my Kakanya more as a tank DPS. I do like to use her incantations quite often in order to get her ultimate up, because it does deal a significant amount of damage. But if you have a P0 Kakanya, I would assume that you would play her more passively. And it's coffee. So you're going to get a letter from Coffee, Stosh. I've no idea what you're talking about, man. There you go. But aren't you depriving yourself of more pulls by not playing? That is true. Swavy does have a good point there. Yeah. It's a choice. It's a choice to make. But apparently he what do you call that? He does not want to pull because he's sad because he got Diluc, which I understand. I just keep playing regardless of whether or not I win my 50-50s or not. I just enjoy the game. The pulls are to me, of course. To me, the pulls are fun. It's fun to pull for characters, but it's not the end all be all. Like, if I get the character, that's great. If I don't, that's fine. Except for Zani. Next Tuesday, Zani. If I don't get No, I will get her. I know I will because I have enough to guarantee her. I have enough to guarantee Zani S1 R1, if I'm not mistaken. Because even if I lose a 50-50, I will have enough pulls to get at least one copy of her and one copy of her weapon. And on top of that, I can buy one of her sequins from the shop. So I will have at least an S1 R1 Zani. But if I could get an S2 R1 Zani, or even an S3 R1 Zani, or even an S... Okay, I will stop being greedy. But yeah, if I could get more, that would be lovely. Because I do think that eventually I will do to Zani what I did to my Kakanya, which is max them out. So I will try to S6 Zani eventually. I will not do it in one go. I will save slowly but surely, and I will S6 Zani at some point. Probably. And I will try to do that for Ridley as well. He deserves it. Our bakery deserves it. Baloney gets 30% more crit rate and crit damage for 2 turns after the ultimate. Yeah, okay. It's more or less what I had in mind. I didn't remember the exact details, but I knew that you really want to set up her ultimate first, and afterwards she will deal damage. I hope she does get some kind of what do you call that? Euphoria or something, because I feel like it might take too long to set up her ultimate. It might be a bit annoying with that. But I mean, you can tell me because you play Bloney, I don't. So you might probably know more about that than I do. Ktosh probably means Kafka. Kafka? Okay. But what's the connection between Kafka and coffee? Or like, yeah, I don't know how you managed to understand that, Jamie, but thank you for the translation. I definitely needed that. And is it tomorrow? I was wondering when exactly we would get the what do you call that, the mail by the character we selected. I also selected Kafka because she's our first mother after all. Uh, I mean, we do have Himiko as a second mother. She's a mother figure, but Kafka is the one who kind of pulled our body out of nowhere. So I guess she is mother as well. So yeah, I decided to go with Kafka. And on top of that, I do really miss Kafka because we don't really see much of her. We do see a bit of Himiko, which is nice, but unfortunately she's unvoiced. At least she's been unvoiced for a few patches. So that was kind of sad. But yeah, now I really do hope that we are going to get our voice actors back or that they are going to get replaced. I mean, I do have an attachment to the voice actors, whether it is in Honkai Star Rail or even in Genshin Impact, mostly in Genshin Impact, just because I've played the game for so long. But at some point, I would like to have some voices back, man, because the game does not feel the same without the voices. And it's not the same either when I switched, for instance, I think it was for Nahida's birthday, I switched to the Japanese dub. And hearing Dory's VA was really fun, not gonna lie. But the rest of the event, while it was really nice and all, it doesn't really feel the same when listening to a Japanese dub than when it is to when I listen to an English dub, just by the mere fact that I understand English and I don't understand Japanese. And no, understanding one word out of 3 sentences is not going to qualify as me speaking Japanese. I know that because I don't speak. But I do get 1 or 2 words here and there. But that's it. Whereas in English, I understand the full sentence. Well, sometimes I don't, because they say complicated stuff. But that's another matter entirely. We say Kafka in Polish for coffee. Ah, but all people say kawa. Ah, okay. Thank you for that. Because, yeah, I'm not really Polish myself, so I did not know. I did not know that Polish people called coffee Kafka. Interesting. Oh, I've learned something new today. But yeah, we are indeed going to get our coffee's letter. It's kind of a strange thing because you have Kafka being coffee, apparently in Polish, and we also have Escoffier's name that really sounds similar to Nescafe. So we do have a lot of coffee going around in those games for some reason. Except for Risley, he drinks tea. Really wish she gets Euphoria. A simple duration increase would help. Baloney 2 turns sucks. Yeah, and I don't want to waste all my resources on Baloney resonance. Understandable. Yeah, Euphoria for Baloney would help. I don't know if that's in the works or not, because I'm guessing, given the Euphoria that they've put out thus far, I'm guessing that they are creating Euphoria for characters that are relatively popular, right? At least that's what I can see for now, I guess, probably. And I don't know how popular Baloney is. And I don't know if they plan on doing this for every single old character. And what does constitute an old character exactly? What is their list of characters that they want to buff? So I suppose all you can do is pray and hope that Baloney will get indeed a Euphoria at some point, probably, hopefully. Uh, as I said, all you can do is pray and hope. Now, that being said, I am going to launch the game because I would very much like to get at least 8 stages done today, because we did 6 yesterday, which was quite lovely. And where is my reverse? There you go. And if we do 8 today and do 8 tomorrow, then we'll be done with the quest by Saturday. So by the end of tomorrow. And that way, next Tuesday, I can stream Zani. Yeah, I can stream Zani. No, I can stream Wuthering Waves with some peace of mind. Because, like I said, I don't like interrupting stories. So I would like to be able to finish before my Zani pulls. And because I would like to get into Zani's story as well. So, yeah. If we can do that, that would be perfect, because I did look into it online, and apparently there are 22 stages for this story. Now then, let me switch scenes. That's not what I meant to do. To reverse 1999 once OBS has accepted to record that. Perfect. There you go. There you go. Do I have everything ready? I do believe I have everything ready. Okay. You should be able to see the game. Yes, okay. What is this? First, yes, merchandise, festival, no idea what that is. There you go. Okie dokie, signing in. Give me money. Thank you. I need the money. The more you know. Yes, indeed. Is there a strong box in Honkai? Yes, there is. No, there is a strong box in Honkai. Because when you trash your relics, you have 2 types of currencies. Either the currency for echo experience points to level up your echoes, or when you trash 5-star echoes, you can choose either to get said relic experience points thingy, or you can get another currency that you can use to craft other relic sets. You have to go in the synthesize menu and play around with the menu. I don't remember exactly where it is, but it is in the synthesize menu. Strongbox, not the elixir thing. You don't have to use an elixir. I mean, you can if you want to, and select the main stats and substats, I do believe. But you can just make new artifacts. Like I put 3 artifacts and it gives me 1. Yeah. The same place where you use the elixir thing. Well, instead of using the elixir, you just craft the artifact or the relic right there, right then and there. You just don't use it. Yay! More rewards. No more rewards? Oh, sad. Sure, let's draw. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be. And let's see. Now, lively gatherings, endless visitors. This sign portends a time of festive merriment, ideal for hosting banquets and celebration. Well, I hope that next Tuesday will be a celebration. I mean, it will be my brother's birthday, but That has nothing to do with it. I was mostly talking about, about Zani, but yeah. 270k with mighty attack, like the 150 stacks. Is that good? I think so. It depends on the game mode, and then it depends on what kind of buff you have or not. But yeah, overall it is pretty good. And hello, Chip. How are you? What's up, Malay? I don't want to use the ending la because I feel like, one, I might not be pronouncing it properly, and two, I feel like a fraud because it's really not something that I know much of. But hello, my man. I will call you that. I can speak English, but I can't speak English with an Asian. It's not even an accent. I don't even know what to call that. But hello to you. Hope you're doing well, Chip. Where do you go? What is this? There you go. Weekly boss, but it gives the moon/day thing. I don't remember what the moon/day thing does, and which weekly boss does that. I don't actually remember that. Huh. I mean, it's been a while since I've paid attention in weekly bosses. I just kind of destroy them and get on my merry way of doing something else. So I don't really know what happens in there. Does Kakanya just want her signature Psycube? Yep. I don't know if there are other Psycubes that could be good for her. But my Kakanya indeed has her signature Psycube. Where is she? Where are you? Ah, I'm an idiot. She should be in the first place.
There's no need to knock. I saw you, Suzumiya, at the door.
And yeah, even the game says it's the best. And I assume it's the best because I don't know if there are that many Psycubes that would give HP percent. Let me check. Because Kakanya really wants HP. I guess this one gives HP, but the force field thing is completely useless. The passive, I mean, is useless. So, we have another one. Debuff incantations. Nope, doesn't work either. So, yeah, overall, I think that Kikanya's best in slot Psycube is her own. Usually that is the case. The best in slot Psycube for a character is their own signature Psycube. It's rather rare when it is not the case. I believe one of the few exceptions might be Mercuria, perhaps?
You're right on time. I was just about to start.
Yeah, she prefers, from what I've been told, she prefers her 5-star variant over the 6-star variant of her Psycube. Although calling them variants might not be the best way of putting it.
Now, we just...
Euphoria, my Corn Bloom. I think I'm not supposed to pronounce the B, so it's just Corn Bloom, I think. I don't really know where she's from. I know nothing about Corn Bloom, but she used to be one of the characters that I use the most, and I absolutely love her. She's very cute, she's adorable, even though I know nothing about her. But yeah, Corn Bloom and Anan Lee. I do believe that those two are great. I know that when Corn Bloom came out with the release of the game, because she was one of the 1.2 characters, she was definitely very strong, and it was really recommended to build her and play her. There you go. This thing is here. And Anan Lee, same thing, great buffer, and I believe that Anan Lee turns into a debuffer as well with her Euphoria. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I only have a vague memory of that, so I may be wrong. Memory zone, meme, something onto death. Holy shit, I haven't fought that thing in a long time. Wait, that's a weekly boss? I thought it was just a simulated universe boss. Not a weekly one. Huh. Corn Bloom. Yes, Corn Bloom. That's her name. Don't ask too many questions about characters' names in reverse. Now then, let's get back to the story with Pieced Together. We are finally about to meet Noire in just a second, but first, we are going to read this. Humans are natural editors, piecing together an ideal memory from a mere fragment. Reconstructing idealized memories. Although I don't usually keep a journal, I had to record today's encounter. I met the great Miss Matilda Boaniche. I still remember that summer. My mother lectured me for an hour before we left, and then another hour during our journey. I thought I was following her instructions perfectly. I was dressed perfectly neat. My greetings were memorized word for word. But the moment I met the Boaniches, I froze solid, too nervous to say anything. Even adults can get stage fright. So how was it fair to give her own daughter the cold shoulder for it? A smile or a pat on the back from mother was all I needed to finish my greetings without fumbling. Thank goodness for Lady Beryl. She saw what happened and her gracious words salvaged the situation. I didn't disappoint my mother after that. I'm sure of it, because the rest of my memories of that visit were pleasant. Lady Beryl's warm smile and Matilda's energetic chatter. Matilda could be as noisy as she liked and still win her mother's approval. How I envied that so much. But Lady Beryl, for some reason I can't remember what she looked like. Now I understand Latham's frustration. Being Matilda's mother, I could imagine a matured, refined version of Matilda, minus the childish energy and, oh right, without the hooked nose. That's my mother's trait. It's strange that she wouldn't remember what she looks like, Matilda's mother. I feel like there is something amiss. Once again, we don't really have any answers about Matilda's mother, and I don't like it. I want to know more about Matilda's mother. Feels like there is something important there. Wait, never mind, it's the relic thing. What are you talking about? Gosh, the relic thing. Oh, you mean in the simulated universe, you can fight that thing in order to get the planar ornaments, the ball and the rope, right? Okay, so now it makes sense. But yeah, in there you get some buffs, so you can't really judge your character's damage from simulated universe. Like in simulated universe, I achieved 12 million damage with cast race. But yeah, it's not the real damage that my cast race can do. Matilda is a spoiled child, isn't she? Yeah, I mean, you can see it from her personality, right? She's definitely a spoiled... she's kind of a brat. She's a lovable brat, but she's still a brat. I mean, at first I didn't particularly like her, but over time she grew on me. Yeah, but no simulated universe? Then what are you talking about then? Because if it's for the planar ornaments, this is part of the simulated universe. When you fight the bosses, you're using buffs from the simulated universe run that you did previously. So, not and planar ornaments are always found in simulated universe. That's where you farm them. There is no other place to get them. Rookie Actor's Guide. Remember, keep the cameras hidden. That's the secret.
Whose is this? It's blocking the camera sightlines. Get it out of the way.
When are we coming in? We've been waiting forever. I wish I brought a chair.
What's going on? Are they filming another movie? Do you see anyone famous?
At the end of the alley, in an old abandoned house filled with camera equipment, crew members and actors go about their business, drawing curious glances from passerby. One particular figure catches Liang's attention. Someone strangely familiar.
Oh, is that today's lunch? Mind if I take a look?
Oh, I don't know who voices Loggerhead, but she has a cute voice.
Not now? Fine. That's that odd person I saw at the hospital. She works for the Foundation.
Yes, indeed. Right, you don't know her name because she fled. I kind of forgot about that. Is it better for Acheron to go electro damage bonus or 2 times attack? I think 2 times attack is good for her, but it's only a vague memory because I haven't touched my Acheron in a long time, which sounds very strange. Don't take that sentence out of context, but I haven't actually looked at my Acheron's build in a very long time. That's what I meant. You should though. Yeah, granted she's hot, but I kind of have better characters, you know. She's carrying me right now. I mean, sure, but you know, I have plenty of lightning DPSs. I have Aglaya, I have Jing Yuan, I have Kafka, who's going to get buffed soon-ish, hopefully. Please, buff Kafka, buff our mother. But yeah, Acheron kind of fell off for me. Always touch your Acheron's build. It can always be better. True, but right now I'm focusing on my Demosis build and my Castris's build. Now, although they are more or less finished, in my opinion, so I might revisit my Acheron's build because it is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. To be fair, none of my characters have perfect builds. I could rework them a lot, but I'm just too lazy. Or rather, it's not laziness, it's just that I like to have decent enough characters. I'm not trying to achieve the overall best character, unlike in Genshin, for instance, where our Wriothesley, I want him to be the best of the best, so I keep farming for him. But otherwise, in general, yeah, once I'm satisfied with the build, when I see that the character deals enough damage and can stand on their own, I'm happy with that. Day 1 of waiting until Nivelette is going to be power crept by Hydro MC. Wow, you're gonna wait a long time. I mean, Nivelette might get power crept at some point. It will obviously happen like it happened to so many other characters. Hopefully not too soon. But being power crept by Hydro MC, really, really Ktosh.
Who? You mean Camerahead over there? What do you mean by odd? You think she could be a fake?
A fake what?
No, she's a real Foundation member.
Oh.
I checked her information as well when I inquired about Miss Noire's file.
For a second there, I thought she meant like a fake camera head person. I was like, how do you fake that? But I guess, yeah, never mind.
Her name is Latham, an awakened arcanist, currently working in the Arcanum Containment Department.
Ah, her name is Latham, so her name is not Loggerhead. So why do people call her Loggerhead? Oh, come on. And that means the Latham that was mentioned in the letter we read right before the stage, which was written by Constance Scott, the young girl that Matilda met in the containment department that we saw yesterday. Holy shit, my brain is working today, for once. So that was the character. Okay, so she was talking about Loggerhead, so that means the two of them do know each other. I mean, if she's working in the same department, it makes sense. If Nivelette is power crept, Hydro MC is suddenly absorbed the power of Celestia itself. Yeah, I guess the only way for the MC to power creep anything in general would be to become Celestia. That's it. I don't see how else it would be done. Man, don't remind me of Kafka. I bought a keycap set to match her color scheme. I have a customized mouse mat of her. Pulled at least E1 as 0, and then months later she's fumbled down in the tier list. Yeah, I know. I didn't pull E1 as 0, I just pulled E0 because I was barely starting the game when Kafka's banner started. Basically, I started with Kafka's banner, so I didn't pull all that much. But she was my first limited 5-star character, so I absolutely loved her. And as a character, she's great. She's really interesting, in my opinion. So seeing her fall off like that, it's really, really sad. And on top of that, she's not just fallen off of the tier lists, she's also fallen off from the story. We barely get to see her anymore. I think, yeah, in Amphorius we've barely seen her like that one scene, and then in Paniconi, I don't think we've even seen her in Paniconi. So yeah, feels like they kind of forgot about her, which is kind of sad, very sad. The Electro MC is so forgotten that people forgot he's bad. Oh no, I think people know the Electro MC is bad. They just don't mention him because he's bad. So he's not worth mentioning.
I wasn't given any access to her details, but based on our encounter, we should have no problem with her.
Good. Fine. I'm happy enough leaving the Awakened to their quirkiness.
She isn't their top priority. Liang knows that. She pushes aside that odd feeling for now, following Poitiers through the crowd and onto the set.
What do you mean she hasn't eaten yet? Director Noire's doctor was explicit that she's not allowed to skip any meals. Oh, hello, officers. How can I help you?
The well-dressed woman walks over to them.
We received a call from a Lin Wang. Did you make a report about some unknown person making physical threats and stalking Miss Noire?
Yes, that's right. I'm Lin. But...
Upon hearing their purpose, Lin hesitates, glancing uncertainly over at one end of the set.
We did it! Abby, you're here!
Cut!
At this single command, the actors freeze in place.
No, I'm afraid we'll have to roll that again.
I'm sorry, Director.
The young actor's body stiffens instantly. Based on where he's standing, it's clear that he's only a background character in this scene. Now guys, I have a problem because ads are going to run in 10 seconds, but I don't have a snooze button. For some reason it's grayed out, so I can't use it, so unfortunately the ads are going to run. I do apologize for that, but there isn't much I can do. If the snooze button is not even snoozing, then the hell am I supposed to do with that? Anyway, please do be patient. We will continue the story after the ads. But I did miss quite a few messages. I at least wanted you guys to be able to see Noire before we got the what do you call that, the ads. Still praying Kafka buff will make Dot viable. I want Black Swan buff next Hoyoverse. Yeah, same thing. Sorry. I really hope that Dot will be viable again, and that we can play Black Swan and Kafka together, because I loved that team. Honestly, it was really fun to play that team, but yeah, all we can do is wait and see what they are going to do with this. The problem is, the buff for Kafka is only going to come out in 3.4, if I'm not mistaken, so we still have to wait through 3.3 before anything happens. There you go, the ads finally decided to show up. By the way, my Gallagher actually heals now. He was healing 600 HP before I rebuilt him. Now he heals 1400 to 1600. I see. Well, that's pretty good. If I recall correctly, mine heals for 3700, so 3700. And no, I'm not just trying to flex on you, it's just that to give you an idea of what your Gallagher is going to be able to do once it's his build is finished. Because my Gallagher's build is more or less finished. I mean, I could always get more break effect, but once again, too lazy to to invest into that and make a perfect Gallagher. I don't really see the point in doing that. But yeah, you should be able to achieve similar results once you get to leveling up and all of that. And Gallagher, like I said, he's a very, very good healer. I mean, my characters have max 3k HP, so it will work for a long time. Ah, good point. Good point. You didn't go for Caceres, right? You only went for Acheron, if I'm not mistaken. Right, because, you know, for Caceres, it is quite important for her to have a healer that heals a shit ton. Same thing with Midamos, but I don't think you have either of those characters, so at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter for you. And thank you, Chip, for the stretch. I will be doing just that. You know what? I will be there in just a quick second. I also need to go to the restroom because I've been drinking my tea like I usually am. So, yeah, I will be right back. It will just take me a minute. The ads will only last for another minute. But while I do that, you know, at the very least, I can stretch as well. Be right back. Aha, I am back. There you go. Like I said, only a minute. Where was I at? Where is my chat? My chat is here. Perfect. I mean, my Mighty has 8k HP, but it still works. Yeah, but that's not the point. The thing is, with Midamos, it's not just his max HP that is important. His current HP is also important. If I recall correctly, when he sacrifices his own HP in order to deal damage, he will convert part of his current HP, not just his max HP. So that's why you want to have your Midamos at perhaps not full HP all the time, because that's not feasible, but you want him to have as much HP as possible in order for him to be able to consume more HP and thus deal more damage. So you want a healer that will overheal. Well, you can't really overheal Midamos because he has so much HP. But yeah, you would want a healer that will heal as much as possible so that Midamos can sacrifice as much as possible. The owl has returned. Yes, the owl has returned to the nest. And now we can continue and finally listen to Noire. Finally meeting her. I believe I've left you with enough suspense and now we can finally get to know her a little bit better. Now never mind, it's still my turn to read. But Noire, seated on her throne-like wheelchair, the overseer of everything, didn't miss his mistake, no matter how minor it was.
Not at all. I just want more emotion this time. She's your true love, but you have been apart for a long time. Things are different now. She is. You are.
Wait, what? But if he's just a background character, why does he have such an intricate story? Usually background characters, they don't really matter. I mean, if you take a look at rom-coms in anime, the background characters don't matter to the point where sometimes they're not even drawn properly. They're just silhouettes because the anime didn't have enough budget for that. So it's impressive that this one has... I mean, this is supposed to be real people, so it's not the same thing, but still, it's impressive that he has a background character with such an intricate story. Damn, there she is, super Hot Wheels. I mean, she's hot and she's on wheels, so it works. It works indeed. Noire is such an interesting character when you learn about her. Love her. Gonna have to skip her for Recoleta. Ah, sad day. Sad day for Noire. Part of me actually wants to pull for her, but I don't really know who to play her with, which is kind of my problem. At the moment, there are plenty of characters that I feel like are kind of nice, such as Liang Yue, or, well, Liang Yue I know who to play her with, but, Yeah, I'm just not overly fond. Noire, on the other hand, I really like her design, but I just really don't know who to play her with. She can play with debuffers. So Tuesday, would that work? Because Tuesday is the only real debuffer that I play, I think. The baby's mother. Otherwise there is 6 as well. He does debuff. Who else is there? Tuesday 6, Loggerhead 2. Ah, I did get 1 copy of Loggerhead, so I could do that. I did not really intend on building her, but maybe, who knows. Tuesday 6, Loggerhead 2, okay. I mean, I could do Tuesday 6 and Kakanya, because we do need Kakanya everywhere, in every team.
Your reunion must be more complex. It isn't simply happiness you feel. You must mix that emotion with worry and guilt. She doesn't know anything about what happened to you. You can't help but worry that she will never be able to understand you. You wonder if she has got herself into any troubles.
See, it's interesting that Noire is a director, because it reminds me of some situations we've had in games, and the one that came up in my mind was the Wuthering Waves lack of voice direction during the 1.x series of update, at least during the beginning, in 1.0 specifically. Because some characters, it felt like they were there, but they were also not really there. It felt like the characters, like the voice actor, had no idea what the situation was. No one had told them, no one had explained to them what was going on. So they delivered their performance, but it didn't really match the situation. So it's interesting that Noire is actually giving direction like this. Noire wants debuffers, like Loggerhead Tuesday 6. The negative status team really needs more support. I would agree with you on that. But isn't Anan Lee doing that? I don't remember if Chip replied to me on that front, because Chip, you mentioned you... what do you call that? You did something with you euphoria'd your Anan Lee. And... can I not look at your previous messages? Heck is that? No, these are your old... Wait, where am I at? Yeah, never mind. I can't find your previous messages, Chip. I said I euphoria'd Anan Lee, but didn't use her yet. Ah, so wait, does that mean you don't even know what she does? I mean, her euphoria? Okay. Why did you euphoria her then? Because it does take up quite a bit of resource.
I know this is a short scene, but the audience must see a full range of emotions. You are capable of more, so be more.
Let me retract my laughter, because it was kind of a mocking laughter, a gentle mocking laughter, of course. But the fact is that I have no idea what Sotheby's euphoria does. And yet I euphoria'd her, so yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. So I guess I should mock myself. The only euphoria I've actually read are the ones for Miss Newbabble and Lilia. Mostly Lilia's, but Miss Newbabble as well. Sotheby, I didn't really even think about that. I just did it. So, well. But she's useful in Tuesday's team because she can apply a lot of poison now. I'm in a mood to waste keys. Damn. Wait, how far are you in the depths of the Euphoria ping system? Because I kind of stopped after 240, I think, or 250 maybe, meters. I kind of stopped there. Maybe one day I will have to get back into it. Sotheby just basically discovered coke. Makes healing much better. What the fuck? What kind of What kind of a description is that? She discovered coke and that makes her healing better. Sounds like Freud. Freud used to prescribe cocaine to his patients, and it didn't really go well, you know, for the patient. For him it did, because it made him rich, but yeah, not the best discovery, I think. And does Acheron get crit rate from talents, or is it just more damage? My Acheron crit ratio is 45 over 210 with all the weapon buffs and relic 3k attack. I don't think she get crit rate. Nope. As far as I can remember, she doesn't. So 45% crit rate is not that great. She would want much more, I think. 3k attack is good, but 45% crit rate is not enough. I'm having skill issue with 300 now, so right now I'm at 290. A few days later, they will open a 300 plus. Man, like I said, I'm still at 240, I think. So I'm not really looking forward to 300 plus. I will have to retry that at some point. Although there isn't really any kind of incentive to go further except for the challenge, I suppose. I mean, you do get rewards, but you also get rewards weekly, right? Would 70 over 150 be better? Yeah, probably. Because usually the thing that is often mentioned about Honkai Star Rail characters is that you want as much crit rate as possible on them, because most of the supports you have will give your character either crit damage or damage percent in some way, shape or form. So it's rather rare for characters to give crit rate. I mean, the supports giving crit rate. As far as I know, there are only two that do that, and that would be Fu Xuan and Sunday. So yeah, it is better to have more crit rate than crit damage. I can try to get a crit rate body piece. Yeah, it would probably be better, I think.
I know you attended drama school, so let's see that training shine. I know you can do it.
Yes, Director! I will try my best!
Simply being noticed by the famous director is enough to leave him visibly flustered. He immediately straightens up, shedding his nervous stance and from moments before.
Good. Let's roll it again.
Excuse me, Director Noire.
Seizing this moment before the next take, the assistant swoops in and whispers something to Noire. Noire glances toward the two officers, her face betraying no emotion. It's impossible to tell what she's thinking.
For someone that famous, you think I'd have known she uses a wheelchair. How you feeling? Finally getting a chance to meet your favorite director. Thrilled?
I believe that Liang Yue said yesterday that Noire was not her favorite director, just she likes the movies? Or am I mistaken with that? Poitiers nudges Liang with her elbow, tilting forward a little as she teases her. But when she sees Liang's face, she pauses.
What's with the long face, kid? Where'd all your excitement go? Oh, is it about the message you got?
Yes. It's just something that's bothering me.
Before Liang can explain, the subject of their discussion rolls towards them in her wheelchair. Yeah. At first I was like, wait, what is rolling? And then I realized.
Thanks for coming, officers. But I believe I've already explained that this was all just a misunderstanding.
Man, she really is pretty. I really like her design. But I'm not entirely fond of her puppet thing, doll thing there. It's kind of creepy. But otherwise, the rest of her design, lovely. Really lovely. I'm gonna farm some Mora and go eat while at it. And tomorrow I will start farming relics again. Bon appetit to you, Ktosh. Never mind, I'm going to do weekly bosses so I won't waste the weekly reset. That is indeed a good idea. I personally have way too many mats for the weekly bosses now. It's kind of a pain. Although I guess it's a good thing. I mean, at least I'm not missing on anything. Noire is such a charismatic person. She seems to be, yeah.
As you can see, I'm in perfect health. Well, ignoring these two.
Well, yeah, but the problem is not about your health. It's about someone, threatening you physically and stalking you. She pats her legs with a cheerful laugh. It seems the director has no qualms about her physical condition, though it's hardly the kind of joke anyone else can comfortably laugh along to. What do you mean? If she can make jokes about her legs not working, why not laugh along?
But according to your assistant, there's been someone stalking you for months, and they've recently sent you a threatening letter. So what? That all just misunderstandings too?
I'm terribly sorry for inconveniencing you, officers. Lin is a very dedicated assistant, always looking out for me. She may have just overreacted to my situation.
There is nothing to overreact about when someone is threatening you and stalking you. It is an important matter that should be looked into.
I don't mean to brag, but I've been in the limelight for long enough that I've seen my share of crazy fans.
So you would know that some of them can be very dangerous.
I'm used to it.
That's not good. That's not a good news.
Sure, I get that. But about that letter you received, do you still have it?
Now that would be interesting to see. Noire lets out a wry chuckle and shakes her head.
I'm afraid I don't have it anymore.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you destroyed evidence. You're not supposed to destroy evidence, you're supposed to hand it to the police. God damn it, Noire. What are you doing? I will forgive Bluepoch for not giving me Winsong during her last banner if I get Noire. Understandable. Wait, Chip, who did you get from the 6-star invitation thingy? You know, the free 6-star, the random one? The one where I got Regulus? Never mind, you weren't there. You were pulling for your Arknight's character. And then I give you a quick summary of what had happened. But who did you get? I think I'm blind, or my Herta gets energy from allies like when they're using skills. I have no idea. I don't remember Big Herta's kit. So I couldn't really tell. Wait, 30k non-crit sounds like kinda cool. I've seen Big Herta do a hell of a lot more, so I don't know. What if at night suddenly someone rushes at Noire, grabs her wheelchair and rushes away with her? She can't run. If she's spotted at night by her stalker, she can just be kidnapped. I guess so, yeah. You just have to grab her wheelchair and that's it for her, I guess. Jamie, are you planning on kidnapping Noire by any chance? I only have 285 days logged in cause I was mad at 37's debut banner for spooking me a Regulus. Came back playing during Rayashki's second half. Okay, right. I do remember that you had paused for a while, but I didn't remember how much. I see. Well. And that means you have to wait another 20, 60, 80 days. So in a little less than 3 months, you will get a free 6-star character, right? That's nice, right?
I received so many letters. Most of them friendly, some of them not so much friendly. I've made a name in this industry, and a few enemies too. If I paid any attention to the negativity, it only dragged me down. I tend not to keep the bad ones around.
Understandable, but you should also be cautious, I think. I mean, I've never been a famous director, so I wouldn't know, but I would argue towards caution rather than just dismissing the threat. around July 14th or 15th. Ah, almost for Zenless Zone Zero's birthday or anniversary. Perfect. It has nothing to do with ZZZ, but you know what? July 14th. That's what do you call that? French, the French Independence Day kind of celebration thing.
Well, I'm sure you would do a fine job keeping me safe, officers. I can't let myself worry over it. Besides, what are they going to do? Break my kneecaps?
You know what? I like the fact that she's joking about her own legs. I mean, I know that some people may feel uncomfortable with these types of jokes, but I feel like if the person who has the disability or the problem or whatever is joking about it, you know, it's fine, right? But yeah, I like those jokes. They make me laugh.
Frankly, the only thing I am worried about is that your presence is another distraction for my crew.
She casts a grateful and perhaps apologetic look around the set.
So, it's very much appreciated that you went out of your way to check in on me. But I have a movie to make. I can't disappoint my fans. Now, if you'll excuse me, we're burning daylight and I still have 4 more scenes to film.
True, I have learned that apparently renting places to film at, it costs a lot. Not just for the renting of the place, but also paying the whole crew for being there and all that.
These Hollywood producers may have opened doors for me, but they also give me so many problems lately.
She smiles at the officers as if to signal their conversation's end.
Is this really just because of her movie?
Noire has already begun to turn her wheelchair away, but Liang stops her in her tracks.
Pardon me?
You seem to be refusing our assistance because you've decided this threat is only a harmless prank. You've decided that it's worth the risk to focus on your film. I don't mean to judge your decision. It may be understandable in some cases.
She moves closer, lowering her voice as she leans in to deliver the next sentence in a hushed voice.
But if this threat is not just a prank, if it is serious...
Am I sensing disapproval?
Noire narrows her eyes a little and raises a hand to halt her approaching assistant. This is a good sign. Liang has earned the chance to talk for at least a little bit longer. She pushes aside her conflicting emotions and carries on in a voice only the two of them can hear.
There has been an increase in patients coming from Chinatown showing signs of mental instability. Their symptoms include confusion, amnesia, drowsiness, and volatile anger. None of the patients seem to have anything in common. No prior history, all without a clear cause.
And you're telling a civilian about your case, why exactly?
Does that sound familiar?
Sorry. Is this leading somewhere?
Yeah, it better be, because I don't think the police officers are supposed to leak information about an ongoing case. After a moment of thought, Noire shakes her head, her calm face carrying a perfectly measured hint of confusion.
A case. 8 years ago.
Okay, well, I think there might be something to it then. Yeah, now I understand. Well, I don't understand everything, but I do understand why she's talking about it. Do people use Lingsha as they break DPS? I feel like she would be good for it. Yeah, kind of. She does deal a good amount of damage with her follow-up attacks, and on top of that, she does heal. So yeah, she does work kind of like a hybrid DPS healer in break teams. A DPS can also heal even the 300 HP sounds good. Damn, I'm so smart, I decided to borrow Cast or Rice without even using a healer but a shielder. Yeah, that's not exactly the best decision you've ever made. DPS Lingsha is viable if there is fire weakness for her to break. True, right, yeah, I kind of forgot about that, but yeah, you do need fire weakness Or you can use Fugue, because if I recall correctly, Fugue can implant fire weakness, right?
何日君, the scriptwriter for your first big hit, Detective CO7. She burned to death in her own house.
Well, that's not a pleasant way to go. I mean, usually it's not pleasant to die, I think. But out of all the ways that you can die, burning to death is definitely not great. I hope she died of smoke inhalation instead of dying of actually burning. Because, yeah, at least that's less painful. Although I guess it is still as frightening. Unless she was asleep, because that does happen. That the smoke would kill people sleeping while the fire is raging. So, and they never knew about the fire in the first place, so yeah. Linksha Himeko Gallagher, Imaginary MC. Yeah, but that's not the problem. I mean, if you don't have Fugue, that's fine, but if you want to use that team, it would only be optimal against fire-weak enemies. Dang, she's a fan of Tearfil. Oh god, are you talking about Isolde's brother? Oh god, yeah, I guess so. But does that mean that her brother is going to shoot her? Because Theophil has been shot by Isolde, right? So does that mean that... Hey... I have no idea how to pronounce that name, man. I heard Liang Wei say it and it made my brain freeze for a second. Capped plus burned, yeah. Yeah, he was burning alive and approaching Isolde, and then she decided to shoot him, if I recall correctly. Although that whole scene was kind of fuzzy in a way, right? In the way it was told, it was kind of vague. Who's getting shot? We don't know. We are speculating. We are speculating about Hey Jun. Hey, wait, let me move on to the next sentence so I can listen to how she said the name.
However, the cleaners found a fume reel in the debris, surprisingly intact after the fire.
That is indeed very surprising, but wait, how do you say the name?
何日君, 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 何日君.
Yeah, that person. Basically, we are wondering if that person got shot. Haruchu. Harijun. Harijun? Is that what... So, is that like that? Harijun. Is that how I'm supposed to pronounce it? I'm trying to find ways to, make my brain understand, but it's not easy. Switch to my mighty team. Am I a good boy, master? I don't really know what you want me to say, man. Like, sure, if you want to. Easiest way. Hurry June. Yeah, hurry June, you're late. Yeah, apparently June is late. Well, technically June has not come yet. So it's not late. It would be too early for June to come right now, because we still have the month of May to go through first. Liang has been watching Noire's every expression. She doesn't miss the fleeting shift in her eyes at the mention of the film reel.
Strange, isn't it? Every other item was burnt to ash, yet this 1 8mm reel was as good as new.
So someone might have placed it after the fact, or it was somehow protected because it was well hidden, or it was somehow protected because of some kind of arcane ritual.
The cleaners felt the same way. So, being curious, they played the reel. 3 of the 5 who watched it ended up in an asylum. 1 jumped from a building, and the last, according to the reports, became like an empty shell of a person.
Wait, is this turning into a horror film? Isn't there a horror movie where people watch a video and then the monster from the video comes out and starts chasing them and killing them slowly but surely? I don't remember which one it is because I don't really watch horror movies in general, but I do feel like there is something along those lines, right? Also wanted to ask, do you have a favorite NPC in reverse? Madame Hoffman. Without hesitation, Greta Hoffman. She's the best NPC that has ever been and that will ever be. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but I really, really like Madame Hoffman. I really loved her character. I loved her dynamic with Marcus, and the ending scene between Marcus and Madame Hoffman was really beautiful. And yeah, Madame Hoffman, that would be for me. What about you guys? Do you guys have a favorite NPC? And do not dare tell me that your favorite NPC is Freddy. Freddy, he was in the Willow quest, in the Willow and Flutterpage quest, right, in that event. Don't you dare tell me that Freddy is your favorite NPC. Rex Lapis assassinated at the rite of dissension. Yeah, I have no idea what you wrote, but why you wrote that. I do remember a specific sentence, but once again, your brain works in strange ways. I even forgot who was my favorite NPC. How can you forget your what? How can you forget that? Oh wait, there is also Madame Z. If we're talking about still alive NPCs, Madame Z would be probably my favorite.
And what's happening here reminds you of that?
There are some commonalities between the cases. I can't ignore the possibility that they are related.
Is she saying that maybe all the patients from Chinatown that went crazy, basically, is she saying that they might have watched that film reel from 8 years ago and ended up the same way as the people who watched it back then?
Two in particular stand out to me. The similar symptoms of those affected. And you. Hard to shake the thought that these are not coincidences.
Fair point. It might be a coincidence, but also, yeah. Freddy is cool though. He has a cool name. Freddy? You think Freddy is a cool name? I mean, why not? But he's not really cool. He's a bully. He was bullying poor Flutterpage. How could you say that he's cool after you saw him bully Flutterpage, and on top of that, he was shit-talking our old hag, Willow. So I don't see him as cool. Please provide me with some evidence of his coolness. Whispers spark among the crew as they eye this. God damn it! What happened to my brain? Rather, my mouth decided not to follow what I wanted to read. Anyway, whispers spark among the crew as they eye this secret conversation.
What are the police still here for? Are we gonna get back to filming? Who knows? But it doesn't seem good. We are losing light here. Can these guys wrap it up already?
Well, you know, worse, at the end of the day, you're still getting paid by the hour, right? So, just saying. These murmurs, of course, don't escape Noire's and Liang's notice. When she speaks again, Noire's tone is far more direct. Wow, why can't I read today? What's happening to me?
Is that an accusation?
No, not at all. I'm just hoping you might be able to shed some light on our case. After our initial investigation, we officially recorded it as an ominous Arcanum incident and determined that the cause with that 8mm film reel, which contained a film titled Reunion of the Three Swallows. To this day, however, the exact nature of the Arcanum hasn't been conclusively determined. We still aren't sure why it has this strange effect on people's minds, nor why the damage appears to be irreversible. Perhaps more importantly, we still don't know the origin behind the Arcanum on the reel. There are many possible causes that might create such an effect. One of the most common thought is from absorbing powerful emotions from an arcanist.
Interesting. Noire is an arcanist. We know that because we are going to be able to pull for her. But was Hurry June was she an arcanist as well?
The darkest emotions possess the strongest power. Anger, hatred. Emotions so strong that they can outlast their bearer's death. Like a curse from beyond the grave, carrying out their last will as an obsession. And in such cases, these objects are sure to lead to disaster.
Strange. Could this be the object... could this be an object that was found at the Foundation before? Freddy is a cool and scary bully. Willow, the old grandpa, Flutterpage are just so bad. He can insult them all he wants. Freddy's sweep? What does sweep mean? In this context, I mean. This is, in fact, a joke. Do not kidnap me. I'm not going to kidnap you. I don't even know where you live. I don't even know what country you're from. And believe me, I am not going to pay airplane tickets to kidnap you just because you mentioned Freddy. Way too lazy for that and way too broke for that. Wait, first of all, Willow is not a grandpa. She would be a grandma. Grandmother. And she's not even that old. I mean, she's younger than me, so please, have some respect. And Flutterpage is cute. She's a bit adorable. You can't tell me otherwise. I refuse to believe otherwise. And as for the rest... well, I mean, technically speaking, yeah, Freddy can insult them all he wants. That doesn't make it nice. So, yeah, not nice. 200 divided by 3? That's like, what, 180... No, never mind. 180, that would be 6, 7, so 6.5, maybe, something along those lines. I don't know. I don't know the precise number, but somewhere between 6 and 7.
I believe that this film is, undoubtedly, one such cursed item.
Not 6 and 7, 60 and 70. Sorry, my bad. Somewhere between 60 and 70.
If it is the case that this film was involved in these new incidents, then we must find out what obsession it's carrying out and find a countermeasure.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. 60k with Acheron kinda good? Not really. I mean, like I said, it's difficult to appraise your damage because your characters are not fully leveled and they're not fully built. But if you're talking about a fully built Acheron, 60k is not good at all. Really not. If you can't even break 200k with Acheron, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Yes, I know my friend's cast race can do 200k plus without rotation. Yeah, that's the thing, but the problem is that your characters are not properly built yet. So we can't really compare that to anything. Because in order to be able to compare something with something else, it has to be somewhat similar. Otherwise, the comparison doesn't work.
I assume you're already on the case.
Indeed, I am, Miss Noah. I've been studying the report on the original case, including some of the theories of the original investigator.
Oh, I just noticed that she has a beauty mark on her temple next to her eyebrow.
One of the theories suggests that, despite your collaboration on the CO7 series, there were many points of conflict between you and Miss He. In fact, the reports mention you had a violent quarrel with her on the day of the fire. There was even a question about whether you might have been responsible for her death.
Well. Is our Hot Wheels waifu a murderer by any chance?
So, as you can see, I have more than a strong reason to believe you are connected. And if this cursed Rio is behind these recent incidents, I'm afraid that you may be the intended target of this curse.
Okay. I was wondering what was going on, and yeah, okay, it's to be continued. Fine. Fine, be that way, game. But I shall learn more right now. Post-lunch questioning. The first principle is that what you see is real, but it might not be the truth. That does make sense. And apparently we're about to fight something. Alright, be right back. Laying down. Just in case. Good night to you, Chip. Have sweet dreams of your Hot Wheels waifu. Guangfu Restaurant.
Hot damn, rookie. Who could have guessed the famous director would be a part of her own real-life thriller? After talking to her, we still got nothing useful to go on. I can't read anything behind that smiling face of hers. But if your little theory has got any truth to it, then Noire is in real danger. So why not talk? Isn't she worried about her own life?
She doesn't seem to be, for some reason. But maybe she knows something that we don't. She probably does, actually. Look behind you. If you're talking about my model, it can't look behind itself. It can't turn, I'm sorry. Poitier channels her frustration into her food, devouring most of the meal in the blink of an eye. As she swallows the last shrimp dumpling, she turns to look at Liang, who is busy chatting with the restaurant owner. Damn, shrimp dumplings. And now it's getting me hungry.
是吗？原来对面杂货店那家的女儿也……
就是咯，最近都不知道搞什么，好多街坊家里都出了事。老卢家还算好嘞，他带个女儿去看中医，抓了药，吃了一段时间就好了不少。但是对面街口马仔，他阿妈就麻烦了。那个阿婆原本就身体不好，忽然间又变得疯疯癫癫，他们两公婆都担心死了。
Well, that's a problem with grandma, I suppose. But I am wondering, which Chinese is she talking? Is she talking Mandarin or Cantonese? Because we talked about that yesterday with Suevi. I can't make the distinction between the two. I really don't know enough to be able to distinguish which one it is. But I am actually curious. 200 divided by 3 is 66, and a 2/3 of 1. My lazy mind took too long to count that. Well, yeah. But you know what? At the very least, at some point, you arrived at the right conclusion, right? And that's what's important.
之前都有个靓妹来问这件事，说什么事情不太对路。哎，我说呀，就是临近年关，那些污浊的东西都出来了。
Wait, could this be Annan Lee? Because she said another girl. She asked around about this too. Could she be talking about Annan Lee? Because we've seen that in the trailer, Annan Lee apparently came to Chinatown for some reason. But to be honest, we saw Annan Lee throughout the live stream, and I have no idea why she was here. Oh, I think she's actually chasing evil spirits, right? I think that is indeed the case.
您说还有人打听过这件事？那是什么人？
他说自己是什么新科学什么鬼事务所的，好像是个神婆，刚来到唐人街这一带的。
Okay, so yeah, I do believe that we are talking about Annan Lee by this point. Annan Lee screen time, Pog. Have we ever seen Annan Lee before in the story, I mean? I think this might be the first time, right? In a main story or main event thing?
他还给了我一张卡片，印得鬼马老哥，不过不知道被我放到哪里去。
原来如此，多谢您。
As Liang returns to her seat, Poitier shoots her a questioning look.
So, any progress?
I have some bad news. First, There are more victims than we expected. Second, we're not the only ones who've noticed.
I mean, is it really bad that someone else noticed that there were victims? I mean, I'm trying not to be biased because I like Anan Lee. She seems fun, but it's just like, what does it change that she has noticed? By the way, I know why my homework was easy yesterday, because my old school had geometry back when I was like 10, 12, and since my new class didn't have it before, the teacher asked us to do the easy ones. Ah, okay, so probably your teacher is trying to gauge your class's abilities and try perhaps to catch up those who might not have the same classes as you did. It's kind of crazy that they wouldn't. Different education system. Yeah, but I mean, given what you were talking about yesterday, I think the math you were doing was like what, 360 minus 240. That was your math. Not being able to do that at the age of 14, I think, is quite concerning. So if I were you, I would question the Polish education system very quickly.
We need to hurry if we don't want this case to attract wider attention.
Why don't we start with the director then? She seems like our best lead.
Having cleared the dishes closest to her, Poitier pulls the chair's Sue buns? Char Sue buns? The what now? I guess this is something like food, but I don't know that. Whatever that is, but she pulls them from the other side of the table.
I've got a hunch her case is connected with this one. Just like you said, there are too many coincidences to not dig deeper. That writer, what was it? Huh, Ridgewine? She's an arcanist, right? No surprise that she'd imbue that film with all of her final bits of hatred. I've seen a dozen cases like it.
I mean, yeah, it would make sense given the fact that apparently she quarreled with Noire prior to her death. So if she truly was hating on Noire, or maybe hating on someone else actually, but it would make sense that she would be the one to place that curse, even if it was not voluntary on her part. That being said, we would have to know whether or not Harry June is indeed an arcanist or not, because I don't think they've mentioned if that was the case or not. I question every education system. Yeah, you probably can, to be fair. By the way, homeworks were removed in Poland since like 2 months ago. What do you mean it was removed? Like, kids don't have homework anymore to do in Poland for some reason? I wish Poitier was playable. Yeah, so do I. I really like the design, and I like how the color of her eyes blends with the color of her skin. It's a nice contrast. I really like it. And it goes well with her uniform as well. But I don't think we're gonna get any... yeah, we're not getting her, unfortunately. She's kind of sad, but it is what it is. It's just the weird math teachers that can't accept it, but no one will talk about it since it's easy anyway, and it's free grades. Fair point. Fair point. It is indeed free points, actually, for your grade. It's only in the school for kids between 7 and 16. Interesting. You can't get graded for homework, it is still allowed. Ah. Beyond that, my mind is shattered. What's going on there in Poland, guys? Is your country okay?
Cursed objects are weird as heck. It's definitely possible that it could have chased Noire all the way here.
And I have a good reason for why Poitier is not going to be playable, Jamie, which is, I know, sad news, but she's not an arcanist from what I can tell. I think she's just a normal human being. So unfortunately, yeah, I mean, it would be interesting if one day we would get some kind of normal or regular human being, but they would still use objects, for instance, to be able to cast arcane skills or something, you know, so that they would be playable and they would have some kind of gameplay, but they would actually be just a regular person. It would be an interesting concept to explore.
But there isn't any evidence that corroborates the rivalry between Miss Noire and Miss He.
Hold on. Didn't you read that in a report by another visual? Maybe it's only hearsay, but that's something. Not only that, get this. I did some digging of my own. The night that cleaner leaped off that roof was the exact same night that Noire was in the car accident that left her legs paralyzed.
That's cool and all, but I don't really see the connection. I mean, how could those two events be connected exactly? I guess there must be some kind of connection, but we don't really know it. That, to me, sounds more like a coincidence than anything else. And her car accident, was it an actual accident, or was someone trying to drive her off the road or something? Or was she actually walking and a car ran her off? There are too many missing pieces here, I think.
It gets freakier. According to the reports, they happened within minutes of each other. And the building was less than a block away from the scene of the accident. How's that for evidence?
That's still not much, I'm afraid. Yeah, no, that's not really much. We're gonna need more, you know. So at least if you want to convince a judge of anything, whether it is for a trial or just a warrant for something, I think you're gonna need a hell of a lot more than that. We have a weird education system, to be honest. First, we have normal kindergarten, then school for the kids between 7 and 16. Then we go to college school for specific job, school for specific types of job. Wait, so you go to college, like university, after the age of 16? Interesting, because usually, at least in the countries that I know of, you go to college after the age of 18. So it's a bit earlier in Poland. No? College? College is, in English, is the equivalent to university. So usually after the age of 16, you go to high school. It's studia in Polish. I don't know what it is called in English. I guess, yeah, I don't really know, because, yeah, like I said, in English, college is the same thing as university, more or less. It should be studies in English. So I'm still kind of confused. Because the thing is, for instance, collège, the French word collège, is the school for the ages between 11 and 14. So it's kind of like junior high in English. So yeah, it's all very confusing, man. Mr. Duncan is playable. All he's got is a gun. Ezra is also human. They are? Ah, true. I mean, Ezra I didn't know, but Mr. Duncan I kind of forgot, which is my bad. And I've never played either of them, so I didn't really... it really didn't register in my mind. But okay, so that means the concept is out there, which means that Poitiers could become playable in the future. I still somehow doubt it, but it would be nice.
We've got a saying in the DAA, Cadet. When it comes to Arcanum, there's no such thing as coincidences.
And legally speaking, that is just enough? With this declaration, Poitiers pops the last char siu bun into her mouth.
Whether coincidence or not, it isn't much to go on. We need evidence.
Ah, thank you, yes.
Of course. We can't just leap to accusations without proof. But when it comes to arcane crime, you've got to follow your hunches. So keep your nose to the ground.
Poitier notices the dejection on Liang's face and sheepishly sets down her chopsticks.
I get you. This isn't just about evidence. You don't want to point the finger at someone you admire. But you've got to pursue this. Even if that means you have to separate the artists from their work.
Liang remains silent for a moment, picks up the chilled lemon soda from the table and takes a sip.
Actually, there is another reason that I'm not entirely convinced that Miss Noire, the film incident, and the events in Chinatown are connected.
Okay.
In fact, it's quite a substantial reason. If our records are correct, the cursed reel was found and contained by the Foundation 6 months after the initial incident.
Yeah, but they might have lost it, and I do believe that they actually lost it. I think we read that yesterday, but I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of the same as college, but for the younger ones. Haven't really been there, so I don't know why. I see. Well, unfortunately, I don't really know either. There's more playable humans than infected, by the way. What do you call infected? Do you mean arcanists?
Which means, unless something has gone horribly wrong, it should still be safely stored within the Arcanum Containment Department.
A sharp crash interrupts her words. The two turn toward the sound.
Oops, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Ah, Scott is back. A bespectacled girl fumbles with a napkin as she hurriedly tries to clean up the shattered dish she just knocked over. But her sneaking glances toward the two officers don't escape their attention, and the shiny emblem on her chest tells them exactly where she's from.
Well,
They exchange a puzzled look.
if I remember it right, you mentioned earlier that you saw someone from the Foundation acting suspicious yesterday.
Yeah, it's another someone actually.
Yes, like the lady over there. She also works for the ACD.
I think it might be time to talk to both of them. Well, at least one of them. We don't have Loggerhead right now.
Guess we'll have a talk with her.
I agree, Miss Poitier.
They rise from the table and approach the girl. Doom, doom, doom. Wait, are we going to fight? Right, okay, so there is a fight here, but we have an ad break in 3 seconds. And unfortunately, yeah, I don't have... I thought it was just some kind of glitch, but yeah, I don't have a snooze button today for some reason. So we are going to have to suffer through said ad break, and then we'll be back. There is more playable humans. Yeah, I read that. Semmelweis. Right, Semmelweis is indeed an infected, but she's an wasn't she an arcanist before? Because the problem is for Semmelweis is that her story was told and is being told through a series of tasks. Unfortunately, I have not played through a series of tasks, so I know very little about Semmelweis. The only few things I know are things that I read online, like the fact that she was infected by a vampire and now is turning into a vampire, but she has a split personality, and apparently eating chocolate calms her down, I think. That's about all I know about her. Sometimes I feel like Lynx is actually better than Bailu. The revive thing is the only thing that makes Bailu usable in my opinion. I mean... like I mentioned before, you know, I talked about this because of the cast race global passive and all of that, but usually a revive is kind of useless in Honkai Star Rail. Most of the time, I'd say it's kind of useless in the sense that your characters are not supposed to die. Period. If you have a good healer or a good shielder, your characters are not supposed to die. So having what would you call that? A revive is not really that useful. And if I recall correctly, for Bailu's kit, she has a bit of randomness and RNG as to how she heals. which is not ideal. Whereas Lynx's kit is quite straightforward. She either heals one ally with her skill or heals the entire party with her ultimate ability. And on top of that, her ultimate ability has a cleanse. I don't remember if Bailu has a cleanse or not, but it is quite a big and important part of a healer or a shielder's kit to have a cleanse. So yeah, Bailu is not great, unfortunately. Whereas Lynx, honestly, I mean, I've never had Bailu, so I can't personally compare those, but Lynx definitely carried me through some early game or end game early game play. When I was playing the game for only a few weeks and months, and I was trying the end game content, Lynx was helpful. That's what I meant. When Semmelweis is playable, she's an infected. She was, in fact, an arcanist. But doesn't that mean that now she's both infected and arcanist, or does the fact that she's infected remove her arcanist nature for some reason? Is that what how it works? Can being a vampire override your arcanist self for some reason? And it's overtime heal, so let's be honest, the heal won't waste even when someone is full. Yeah. Like you can just pre-heal. Yeah, definitely. And on top of that, if I recall correctly, Lynx has the ability to increase the max HP of your characters. I don't remember exactly how she does that. I don't know if it's just by being in the party or if she needs to cast the heal, but she has the ability to increase the max HP of your characters. Whereas I don't think Bailu has any kind of gimmick like that. With talents, okay, yeah. But unfortunately Bailu is she is what she is. She is a 1.0 character, so it's difficult to judge her for it. Yeah, and Bailu doesn't cleanse? Okay. I do believe Bailu might have a cleanse in one of her eidolons, though. I think, but I'm not entirely sure. That being said, it's still not really good, because it's in her eidolon and not in her base kit. Nowadays, it seems that most shielders and healers, or sustainers in general, have a cleanse. And now even some, what would you call that? Some harmony characters have a cleanse. The OG one that has a cleanse is, what's her name? Bronya. She had one, and Sunday as well. He has a cleanse on his skill. Now then, the ads are gone, which means we can get to the fighting. Who the hell are we Why are we fighting her? I thought we were supposed to just go and talk to her, so why are we fighting her?
Do you feel ready to discuss it?
Yes, I feel ready to discuss it. I don't feel ready to attack her. Is something the matter, officers? You seem to have overheard our conversation. Was there anything in it you might know about? We welcome any leads you might have, and even offer a reward for helping solve the case. No, I didn't hear anything. This is all happening so suddenly. I have urgent business to attend to. Please understand, officers. There is no need to worry, ma'am. You seem a bit flustered. Here, why don't you come sit down and we'll have a nice chat? Yes, I'm sure there's a way we can be of help to each other. I suppose she did not want said help. Right, and you know, yesterday I was wondering what was going on here because of the floating cards and the fact, I don't really like that. And unfortunately, as far as I can tell, there is no way of changing this. So, yeah, quite sad, but it is what it is. I will get ice cream. Bon appetit to you. But Ezio Galaga actually doesn't cleanse. Like, if you get some eidolons for Bailu, losing 50-50 Bailu, Bailu can be way better than Lynx. I mean, sure, but you will have a much better chance of getting eidolons for Lynx or Galaga than you will of getting Bailu. And on top of that, I don't think you would want to lose your 50-50 in the first place. I mean, you might as well just pull for Huo Huo. She doesn't need Eidolons. She has multiple cleansers. I mean, AoE cleansers. She overheals. She regen attack. And, she buffs attack and energy regen. Like, you might as well go for one character like that instead of counting on losing your 50-50 specifically to one standard character. And I see that Chip is loving the music, and so am I. The music is good. Indeed.
What I'm good at. Just another shiv in that. It's out with you. Rise and shine. Form is above all.
I love how she fell apart.
Red 38
well,
is about to return.
She didn't fall apart, but she fell on the ground like she died. Oh god, poor Constance Scott. I am sorry. And look how adorable Lilia is. Our teenage drunkard. Yeah, because she's a... I mean, I think she's a teenager, right? Or she's... I don't remember actually how old she is. I remember she's tiny. I remember she's shorter than 37. We've had that discussion before. But I don't remember her actual age. Just let her go. She's just a civilian. You're forcing her, officer. Yeah, but at the same time, Liang Yue and Constance are colleagues. They are both working for the Foundation, different departments of the Foundation, sure, but they are still working for the Foundation ultimately. Because if I recall correctly, the Vigil, the special bureau that Liang Yue is a part of, comes or is under the Foundation, basically. I think my Acheron does the most damage because I actually have a decent team for her. Probably. I use whatever I have left on my account for Herta and Mighty. I hope you're not playing Herta and Mighty together because I don't think they have any kind of synergy. Just saying. As for Herta, well, Anaxa is coming out next, and apparently Anaxa would be an extremely good sub-DPS for a Herta team. So if you want to go that route, you can definitely do that. Playing this game on keyboard feels a bit weird because it screams HSR style. I haven't actually tried. I looked into the keyboard shortcuts yesterday after the stream out of curiosity, and I didn't really memorize exactly how it's supposed to be played. But yeah, it kind of feels weird just because I've been so used to playing with my mouse all the time. Except when I'm moving from dialogue line to dialogue line, I do use the spacebar. I do use that. Q and E switch target, A and D select incantation. I see. Now I will have to see whether or not the what do you call that? The keyboard shortcuts take into account the fact that I have a French keyboard, because that was one of the problems I had with Wuthering Waves back when it first started. It didn't take into account the fact that I had a French keyboard, and thus when I wanted to switch character by pressing 1, 2, or 3, nothing happened. Because on the French keyboard, you have to press what is the name of that? Wait, shit. I don't remember the name of that specific key. Well, you have to press something and then press 1, 2, 3 in order to actually get 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, the first characters, the characters themselves are supposed to be... Ah, shit, I don't know what they are called. Never mind, it's supposed to be something else. Just by ANSI styled keyboard. I don't know what those are. Let me look it up online because I don't know what those are. Kcron K13 Max. What? What are those? Oh, ANSI layout versus ISO. The heck are those? What's the difference? Okay. Layout, I mean, my bad. But what kind of layout is it? Does that mean that wait, I would like to see a picture. Can I? Would you mind showing me a picture? I would like to look at something. So it's kind of like a ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute, which standardizes, among other things, the keyboard layout predominantly used in the US. Oh, so you're talking about a QWERTY, like QWERTY type of layout. Is that what you're talking about? And ANSI is actually the official name of that? Holy shit, I learned something new. I did not know that, man. I've always called that a QWERTY style keyboard. I never knew that. I did not know it was called an ANSI layout. Shit. I feel like my world has changed. It's called reverse psychology. Yeah, I will pull an Ulrich on you, Ktosh, again, because there is no point. I forgot you aren't using a QWERTY keyboard. Yeah, no. My keyboard is an AZERTY, I guess. AZERTY keyboard. ISO is just basically having a reversed L-shaped enter key. I have that. My enter key is kind of a reverse L-shaped with an arrow. I do have that. Why does it have to be so complicated, man? We'll get ice cream. I think you said that earlier, Ktosh. You should probably get your ice cream then. The owl learned, the owl becomes smart. The owl soon becoming god of knowledge, truly. Yes, I am going to become the Eon of erudition. I am Noose. I am Noose, and apparently I am ghosting Herta. Because Herta is trying to contact Noose, right? Under Liang and Poitier's relentless questioning, the suspicious Foundation member ultimately surrenders. Yeah, that's because we fought her. I guess the game just wanted to give us some gameplay bit, which is nice.
All right, I'll tell. But only to you, since you're Vigil, but she isn't, right? Sorry, I should really only disclose this info to other Foundation members.
She shoots a cautious glance at Poitier. I call discrimination. Poitier says nothing, simply raising her chin at Liang in approval. Liang follows the girl out into the empty alley. After verifying Liang's identity with her communication device, the girl gives a final glance up and down the alley before talking.
There's no one I would trust more than a Vigil, Miss Liang. I'm here on a mission for the Foundation, and you might be able to help me with it.
September 1990. A female arcanist committed a serious assault and caused a number of casualties. She had appeared at an illegal gathering held by the Order of Enlightenment, a subordinate organization of Manes Vindictae. The Timekeeper encountered her and confirmed her identity. Anjo Nala, a Beyond Arcanist.
A what now? What is a Beyond Arcanist? I feel like I'm missing some information here for some reason, somehow. And I guess this is happening in the past. I mean, the scene that we're seeing right now is indeed a flashback. But I guess the event itself is happening in the past, although the past is kind of a complicated thing in reverse. But the point I'm trying to make is that by now, or at least in the last, during the last chapter, main chapter, Nala was already part of the Foundation. And she was under observation and all of that. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused, especially with the Beyond Arcanist. That I really don't know what it means.
Born sometime in the 19th century, she was sealed inside a wind-up toy in the year 1968. Since then, she has become a lethal weapon that must obey whoever possesses her toy. But back in 1985, I mean, the real 1985, That toy had been safely stored in an arcanum containment department as a dangerous item.
Yeah, and then you lost it. It went into the hands of Manus Vindictae, and then it went into the hands of Igor, who is part of Zeno. There you go. And then it got destroyed, and Nala joined the institute or the foundation. So why are we seeing this now? Is my question. Love when the auto battle use my Acheron ult on a 800 HP enemy. Yeah, that's that's auto battle for you, I guess. I almost never use auto battle because of shit like that, you know. Arcanists from beyond this world, they have origins that are linked to something outside the natural world instead of Arcanum. Reverse 1999 wiki. I love the C little mark. I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but thank you for the definition, Chip. Thank you for the information. Okay. So I guess that means that Voyager is also a beyond Arcanist, because Voyager literally comes from beyond this world, right? Who else would fall into that category? I guess Alien T, probably, most likely. Interesting. I have never heard of that before. Have they mentioned this in the story before, or was that something that you had to go on the wiki to actually learn?
Until it was stolen.
You were involved in that particular inventory check. There are 4 additional items that are now lost aside from number 066. The circumstances of the last storm, and that devastating spell threw our whole organization into chaos. However, there's no excuse for failing to uphold our department's most crucial mission. Fortunately, it appears that our break-in was committed by a single culprit.
Ah, interesting. And do we know who the culprit is? Oh, come on.
I heard what you and your partner just said. It's about all the weird things that happen in Chinatown, right?
Of course the game would not tell us that. I know it's better for me to play, but man, let me just eat. I mean, I sometimes eat while I'm playing Honkai Star Rail, while I'm just doing my dailies or something like that, because it's not like you need a whole lot of anything to play Honkai Star Rail. You can play the game with one hand, just press Q and E, and then spacebar, and that's about it. I think there are bits of information at the Atlas section. Ah, see, that's the thing. I've never looked into the Atlas section, so that's my bad. Maybe I should. Jessica is also a Beyond Arcanist from Atlas. Really? Huh. I thought Jessica was just a changeling and that changelings were just part of the world, but I guess not. Interesting. That doesn't change the fact that she would make a great couple with Jessica. No, Jessica is the character, sorry. With Jennifer, or Bloney. I prefer calling her Jennifer. I feel like it's a much prettier name than Bloney. Because it's her actual name, right? Please do correct me if I'm wrong.
It was my mission to catch Latham and retrieve all the arcane objects she'd stolen before they caused more damage.
Loggerhead, what have you done? Oh, well, we know what she has done. She has stolen objects, but why? She seemed like such a sweet girl from the couple of interactions we've seen her in. Well, she seems sweet. She seems worried. And that explains why she fled from the police. So now everything is making sense.
But I guess it's already too late for that.
Be right back. May Freddy Q protect you. I don't know what the Q part is supposed to be, but no thank you. You can take Freddy with you. The meaning behind these words is crystal clear. There is no room for Liang to feign ignorance.
Then you're saying that...
Yes, the cursed reel from the incident you mentioned was among the stolen items. And you said that you have some clue about its current whereabouts?
It's a TikTok term for You should really stop trying to use your TikTok terms on this stream because it's kind of pointless once again. The cursed film reel, Reunion of the Three Swallows, is in Chinatown. The weight of this revelation sinks heavily in Liang's chest.
I was told to operate under strict secrecy. But at this point, the faster they're retrieved, the better. So, shall we work together?
Yeah, but the thing is, if you want to work with Liang is working with Poitiers, but you don't want to work with Poitiers. So, what do we do? How do we make it work? The Atlas classifies Jessica as a beyond arcanist. I wonder if Jessica is maybe a unique changeling. I do believe that she is kind of unique because experiments were conducted on her, right? So maybe that's why? Because if I recall correctly, before Jessica met Jennifer, she was experimented on. And not the nice kind of... well, is there any nice kind of experiments on unwilling test subjects? I somehow doubt that, but yeah. So maybe they made her unique? But it wouldn't really make sense because she can't be a beyond arcanist if she originally was. Like, can we make beyond arcanist? How does that work? Shikanoko mentioned. Is that the anime, My Dear Friend something? Is that what you're talking about? I remember you mentioned it before, and because of you, I watched the trailer for that anime, and it looked bonkers. It looked completely insane. I should watch it at some point, hopefully. I will, because it looked really fun, and yeah, it's just insanity, 100%. I wonder, is the protagonist of that anime kind of like Jessica? Is she yandere? I hope not. My dear friend Nokotan. Ah, there you go. I had the first part of the name, right? I had the first part of the name. I just forgot her actual name. I crowned my Acheron's ultimate. I'm gonna do the skill 2 today. Good luck with that. It costs a lot. It costs a lot of balls. I mean, I don't remember exactly what costs balls or not, but at some point I know I ran out of balls and I was quite sad. Scott takes notes. Oh, Scott takes a notebook from her pocket and pulls out a photo tucked inside.
Our main suspect is Latham, an awakened arcanist.
Oh, look, they look adorable together. Liang can't help but look surprised when she recognizes the other girl in the photograph. But Scott seems to misinterpret her reaction.
It's hard for me to believe she'd do this. We were colleagues and close friends. I used to call her Loggerhead because she's the most forgetful person I know.
What's the connection between calling someone Loggerhead and being forgetful? Is it in the sense that she lacks logs in her head, I guess? Because, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, why not? If you want to give a cute nickname to your friend, why not, I guess? It somewhat reminded me of it, so yeah. And it was peak brain rot anime last year. Don't talk about brain rot. Josh immediately had to talk about it, you know? So, yeah. Well, Ktosh, if you want a brain rot anime, there you have it. You have My Dear Friend Nokotan. How are they friends if she forgets? I guess she reminds her of her being her friend. It reminds me of another anime that I haven't watched, but is on my to-watch list. I think it's called 1 Week Friend, but it seems very sad, so that's why I postponed the watching of it. But it's an anime where basically you have a boy and a girl, and the girl every week, at the end of the week, forgets everything. But apparently the boy is still trying to be her friend, and it might be a bit of a cute romance type of deal. I'm not entirely sure. It's been a while since I've read the synopsis for it. But yeah, so yeah, they could still be friends despite the fact that she forgets about her. Because her brain has some lags. I guess we'll take that explanation. You know what? We'll take whatever we can.
At first, I refused to believe she could do such a thing. I still don't understand why. She's not the kind to be greedy. But the Vigils investigated the theft thoroughly, and the Vigils are not the kind to make mistakes. You've been here a few days already, right? Have you had any word about where she might be?
My French owl likes romance anime. Yeah, I do. I've watched quite a few. I can't exactly tell you how many. I could, because I do have a log of that, but I have watched quite a few romance anime. They are pretty fun. They remind us how lonely we can be sometimes. Is France really a romance city or what? Well, for starters, France is not a city. France is a country. So I guess you mean Paris. And like with any city, it depends. It depends exactly where you go. There are plenty of beautiful places to see in Paris, and romantic places that you could go on a date with someone or things like that. But there are also other places that are not so charming. It's really like any other city. And I have no idea what you wrote after that. I don't even know if that's a word. Is that Polish or is that just more TikTok brain rot? Let me translate that just in case, because I do need to know. And no, it's a new shut the fuck up. And why would you write that in chat? I will advise you not to use such language with me. It will not work well for you. Scott's brow furrows. Scott's brow furrows. Yeah, there you go. Her expression torn between hope and fear. It's as if she wants confirmation while equally dreading to hear the truth. Cause it's a city. We all know it. What do you mean? Do you mean France is a city? I think your brain really has been rotted away by TikTok, which is kind of sad, but well, I have warned you, I have told you not to watch that much TikTok. It certainly did not do you some good.
Sorry, I haven't.
Is Ktosh insane? You know what? The last time we had a new viewer, I think it was Payne, right? And when I welcomed them, I told them that they were welcome to a strange community, and I think that Ktosh is the prime example of the strangeness of our community. He might be the only one, but he's a powerful example of strangeness. But I think it's mostly because of his age. He's young, and well, we shouldn't forgive everything just because he's young, but you know, it does explain a lot. She shakes her head. Scott's expression visibly relaxes.
Oh, what a pity.
Nah, I actually didn't watch TikTok for like 3 days. Congratulations, you know what? That is actually progress. Now keep that streak on going, preferably forever. It's because of schools, trust me. Ah, shit. I thought that you had finally found the will to to stop watching Brain Rot, but I guess it was not because you wanted to, but because you were forced to. Ah, a sad day indeed. What an emotional roller coaster we have with you. Confidential record. This document contains confidential information. Please do not take it out of the precinct. Begin recording. Begin reading. Investigation record. Noire. Noire, female arcanist. Her arcane skill allows her to manipulate inanimate objects with a defined range, designating them as actors. Born in Hong Kong in 1950. Wait, if we are in the 1990s, right now, I mean, that means Noire is actually 40 years old? You've got to be shitting me. I mean, I know she's Asian, and Asian people don't look their age, but goddamn, she looks hot for a 40-year-old man. Oh boy. She sure is Hot Wheels, like Chip mentioned. Graduated from USC School of Cinematic Arts in 1972. Later worked at what would eventually become known as TVB. In 1978, she began collaborating with independent production companies to produce low-budget films. Released her debut film, Model, in 1979. Established New Art Company in 1980 and began working on the film Detective C07. In 1983, a car accident left her paralyzed from the waist down, allegedly tied to the film Incident 1. For more details on the film incident, please refer to the attached documentation. Where is the film documentation though? Where is it? I need to know more. What happened to her? What was that accident actually? At least I'm so funny. No. I wouldn't exactly say that. I wouldn't exactly say that. But keep telling yourself that. At least it will make you feel better. Hot lonely woman nearby. Hot lonely woman nearby. Sign me up. Yes indeed, Chip. Hot woman nearby. I mean, right now she's apparently in the United States. But I assume at some point she will go back to China or Hong Kong, maybe? And if I recall correctly, you are from somewhere around Asia, right? So you might have an opportunity to meet her. Even though Asia is kind of big, you know. She is somewhat new. She's on the same planet as you, okay? So we could consider her nearby in the cosmic scale of things, right? And yeah, sign me up as well. I would definitely love to meet her. A name deserved. Catch that speeding hamster. Oh god, is she? Because I can see Loggerhead here. Is she once again going to tell you, tell us that there is a hamster riding a stethoscope for some reason? Oh boy. Just wait for the storm to wash you away to Hong Kong. I'm not entirely sure that's how it works, man.
Have a good day!
And will we even remember that conversation after the storm has washed us away? That is another problem. Now, you know what? I have a better idea. Why don't we ask Vertin to invite us to her suitcase? Because I assume that eventually Noire is going to find her way into Vertin's suitcase, so why not join in? Wait, do people in Asia actually say ding dong bing chilling? I have no idea. Doesn't that last part just mean ice cream or something like that? I don't actually remember. I read about it a while back, but I kind of forgot. Before the owner can even say goodbye, Liang has yanked Poitier out of the front door.
What's the rush? I haven't even finished my noodles.
Wait, you still have things to eat? Why are you constantly eating?
We can eat later, but we need to find Miss Latham, now.
That one John Cena video? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And like I said, I looked up the translation of what he was saying because I don't speak Chinese, so I needed a translation. And I think he was just talking about ice cream, if I'm not mistaken. But once again, it's been a long time since I've looked it up.
Wait, hold on. I'm all for chasing down a crook. But why do I get the feeling you didn't tell your Foundation friend about your run-in with Latham? What's up? Why are you keeping her in the dark?
I think that something isn't right about her.
Oh? Did Scott look suspicious to you?
I've been to the A City before. To most, it might seem defenseless, but it's actually heavily protected by arcane rituals. According to Miss Scott, Latham acted alone, but there's nothing in her file that would suggest she's capable of that. Her arcane skill level is frankly far from remarkable.
Wait, is there a I mean, it would make sense, but does the Foundation have a tier list for their arcanists? And apparently, Loggerhead is not all the way high up in there. Wait, let me look. Reverse 1999's tier list on Pridewin. Where is Loggerhead exactly on there? Pride. No, how do you Pridewin? Okay. Characters. Let's go for characters straight away. Loggerhead. KL. Where is Loggerhead? Ah, there you go. Oh, she's in A tier. Around A or B. If I yeah. She's in A tier. Overall A and overall Euphoria A tier. It's not that bad, honestly. A tier. It's pretty okay. Because wait, it goes up to S plus. Ah, but there is A plus as well. Ah, she's in the middle, basically. Middle or middle high. Honestly, I don't think that's that bad compared to, other characters. So, she's not that unremarkable, I'd say. How does the Foundation make their tier list, though? That is the better question. Sometimes I wonder what's worse, racism on Insta or brain rot on TikTok. Why don't you just say that both are bad and leave both of them out of your life? That I think would be much better.
Even with insider knowledge, I don't believe it's possible she could have bypassed the security system and escaped on her own. Either Miss Latham has played the Foundation for fools, or she has more powerful accomplices. That leads me to another thing. This mission is not something a typical Foundation staff member would be assigned to, as Miss Scott claimed to be.
So what would she be exactly? I don't have Insta, so I am healed. Well, you're healed from the racism apparently, but you're not healed from the brain rot, because you do have TikTok. Otherwise you wouldn't be talking about it so much, I assume.
There's something we don't know.
You're saying that girl with glasses lied to you?
I mean, there is a lot we don't know at the moment.
Maybe. Or that she was being lied to herself.
Yeah, I was going to say it as well, because we saw that flashback. Liang Wei didn't, obviously, but we saw that flashback. Pedra, I think, was the person, the envelope speaking, the letter speaking thing. And they said that there was only one culprit. So basically Constance or Scott gave Liang Wei the information that she had. Liang pulls her SPF-1, I guess, or -I, who knows, contact device from beneath her cloak. After a few simple taps, she turns it around for Poitier to see.
There was another thing I found while searching through Miss Latham's files, or rather what I didn't find. There were no warnings or notices on her employee records.
You mean she's not actually wanted?
No, I don't think so.
Ah. So, I guess it is kind of a secret mission for Scott? But why?
Miss Scott said that their department wanted to solve this problem in secret. So I thought that might explain the reason Miss Latham's warrant wasn't on her file. However, when I tried to access more of their records to double-check my findings, I ran into a block on Miss Scott's records.
Access denied. You do not have permission to view this information. If you need access, please contact your supervisor.
Wait, who is Liang Wei's supervisor? A warning symbol flashes on the screen.
It could just be because I'm only a cadet. There are some files that I don't have access to yet. I contacted my supervisor, but I haven't heard anything back.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that Liang Wei is just a cadet. Yeah, of course there would be files that she wouldn't have access to. Yeah, it actually rather makes sense. Now, maybe there is something hidden in Scott's files. That could be a thing as well. But the more likely scenario is that it's just because she's a cadet. However, since we are in a story, I assume it's actually both. That one, she's a cadet, so she doesn't have access to all the files, and two, there is actually a secret in Scott's files. Probably. I'm gonna spend my resin thing to crown the talent, cause why not? I kinda gotta build my Robin. I literally never use her. I even use Bronya more. But why? Robin is much better than Bronya in general. But you do you.
I don't mean to distrust her, but I can't hold anyone above suspicion.
Poitier shifts her gaze from the device's screen back to Liang.
And what about me? You're putting a lot of trust in me, Liang. Is it really all right that you're telling me all this? A dangerous item stolen from the Foundation, and possibly an inside job at that. That's a scandal in the making.
I think I can put her in my Herta team. Yeah, definitely you should. Because she is a very strong support for follow-up teams. And start using my the Herta more. Yeah, you probably should. The Herta is one of the best DPS in the game. I mean, to be fair, all the DPSs that have come out since Emphoria started are the best DPS in the games. Basically.
You could have just lied to me. Make up some kind of story. It's not hard for a smart kid like you.
Liang gives Poitier a puzzled look.
Why would I? We're partners, Miss Poitier. Hiding information from you wouldn't be right. You told me that yourself, didn't you?
I see you haven't learned your lesson. The lesson that we got, like, not even 5 minutes ago, with Scott saying that she trusted Loggerhead, and yet Loggerhead kind of betrayed her, somehow. So, yeah. Just because you're partners with Miss Poitier doesn't mean you can trust her. You barely met her. Yeah, anyway.
Me?
Yes. The first day we were on duty together, you said you need to know what makes me tick.
I did, didn't I?
I guess she did learn her lesson, but it's not the lesson I was thinking of. It was the lesson that Poitier gave her. Does she just need attack or and ER? I mean, Robin? Yep, max out her attack, max out her ER. She does need ER because her ultimate ability costs a lot. But the main stat you want to focus on afterwards is attack, because that's how she shares her buff. That's what the entire kit, her entire kit revolves around attack. So like even my Robin is built with 2-piece attack in terms of relic stat, regardless of the relic stat, because it's just 2-piece. But that's already like 18 plus 18, so 36% attack just with that. Ah shit, I didn't read.
Reconsidered it, and you are right.
My bad. Poitier seems a little dazed. Liang looks at her, sincerity behind her eyes.
During my training as a vigil, our instructor emphasized many times that trusting our partner was of vital importance. And you, Miss Poitier, have proven to be capable, decisive, and compassionate. I have developed a deep respect for your work.
Wait, are we seeing a new Yuri ship between Liang Wei and Poitier? Is that what is happening here?
We share the same goal, to discover the truth behind the incidents happening in Chinatown. I can't think of any reason why I shouldn't cooperate with you.
Yeah, sounds like the start of a romance to me.
All right, enough! I'm blushing already.
See, she's blushing even. It is a romance, yay! Oh god, we are inventing ships everywhere. Poitier cuts Liang off, almost flustered.
Damn, girl. I didn't expect my meek little mouse to turn into this.
This what?
Forget it. You've made your point. Now stop it.
Poitier waves a hand, signaling the conversation's end. Wait, but I don't like it because many Yuri ships that we have in Reverse 1999 do not end well. And as far as I know, and I think I'm fairly certain I'm right about this, but Poitier is just an NPC, which means she could get the Madame Hoffman treatment. And I would very much like not for that to happen. Like, please don't. Not another Yuri ships that end poorly. Come on, game, please.
But you kinda missed my point. I'm worrying that the Foundation is gonna punish you for leaking classified information. Won't you get in trouble?
Does the Foundation need to know?
Though I may be a vigil of the Foundation, before that, I am the descendant of the Liang family. I'm obliged to do all that is necessary to fulfill my destiny. And given the circumstances, I think providing all relevant information that might assist us in catching the thief and retrieving the threatening arcane objects is worth bending the rules. Just a little.
I wonder if Liang Wei's accent, which I assume is a more or less typical Chinese accent, it does sound similar to Madame Z's, but I wonder if that's the regular accent that the voice actress has, or if she's just, well, voice acting, I guess. Because earlier today, when I watched the live stream for Genshin Impact, I was rather surprised to hear Escoffier speak, because we heard her, some of the voice lines she says, and she has an American accent when she speaks in-game, but the voice actress herself, as a co-host of the live stream when she was just speaking as herself, she had a British accent. So that kind of, it was a bit of a surprise, but it was an interesting surprise, a welcome surprise, I suppose. I think I can go Robin Herta links for now, and I need a sub DPS so I can wait for the character you were talking about. Do you mean Anaxa? Anaxa is coming out in 3 to 4 days, something like that. He's coming out like in the next phase of Honkai Star Rail, and apparently he's supposed to be very good for Big Herta. Despite her conviction, Liang can't help but hesitate a little.
Besides, I'm not under any orders to keep this a secret, so...
Cheeky, and you say you don't like bending the rules. I see you, boo, and I like it. Come on, let's work this out together. Partner?
No, it reminds me of Navia calling us partner. Or maybe I just have Navia on my mind because I saw her in the trailer. To be continued? Ah, never mind. It is continuing already.
Which one is my room again? Oh, right. I wrote it down. Let me see. There it is. I almost went too far again.
Wait, if she forgets things, but writes them down in order not to forget it, then how does she remember that she wrote it down? That... I don't know how all of that works, but I'm curious.
Now the key card. Where did I put it? Oh, here. Home sweet home. Oh, I'm exhausted.
The camera-headed girl freezes in place. Well, home sweet home indeed, but with some intruders, or uninvited guests, I guess. I'm at like 40 pity, and we're gonna get the letter tomorrow, so it's not that bad. I mean, yeah, and I don't know how much we have left in terms of events, because these past few patches, we didn't have that many events in Honkai Star Rail, so I don't know how much reward you will be able to get. And as far as I can tell, you're not clearing any of the endgame content just yet. So, yeah, good luck to you. 2 officers are standing in her sweet home.
Latham, right? It's been a while.
We have some questions for you. Please try to cooperate.
She's going... Oh, shit. She's going to try and run again, isn't she? That's why there was a talk about a hamster. She's once again going to try and pull that one off. Please this time around, Liang Wei, don't fall for it, please. And hello, Deidara, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Hi, how are you? And how many hours do you stream today? We are at 3 hours. We are getting close to 3 hours. We are at 2 hours, 54 minutes and 20 seconds. And I'm doing rather well. I am interested in the story so far. I am curious, and I learned about the existence of Beyond Arcanists, which I didn't know was a thing. Liang steps forward and closes the door on her behalf. Ah, now it's going to be continued, isn't it? Of course. I never... Wait, what? Why are we... God damn it, why are we fighting... so we are fighting Loggerhead again. God damn. What's going on? Why are we fighting everybody we need to talk to? What's going on with
Join
this?
with us, comrades.
What are you doing in my room? This is a serious criminal offense. Get out of my room, or I'm calling the police. The phone, it's right here in my hand. Sister, you do realize you're talking to the police, right? No need for that. I am the police. There you go. What? You're that vigil from the hospital. I was sure I had shaken off this person. So what do you want with me? I think you already know the answer to that. Ah, okay. So now it's time to fight and murder our poor loggerhead.
Right.
I'm gonna get Robin level 70 tomorrow, then ascend her, and then move to relics. Good luck to you with that. I mean, the relics themselves are not going to be that hard since you just want attack and speed. I think. Holy sh... Oh. Right, I forgot.
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
For our dream, comrade. Yes, indeed. For a better future. When an unsuspecting prey steps into a carefully laid trap, the outcome is already decided.
All right, fine. I'll tell you everything. It was me, okay? They said I stole those arcane objects and sold them for money. Well, maybe I did. Ouch!
You okay? You don't seem okay. As she speaks, she backs closer and closer to the wall behind her until she smacks her oversized head into the window ledge. God damn it. A particular word in her statement makes Liang tilt her head.
What do you mean, maybe?
Because, actually, I can't remember it.
Aww.
I can't find my memory film for that time, so really, I just don't know.
Memory film?
This so-called loggerhead girl, an awakened, isn't exactly a tough one. Within 30 minutes, she has spelled everything. Yet, despite this seemingly ideal result, neither of the officers look pleased.
So, to summarize what you just said, Latham, you're an awakened piece of a movie projector which forms a Latham loop. You were designed to play movies, not record them. And that's why you suffer from severe amnesia. You can only recall things that happened within the last 3 days. And after that, you'll forget almost everything. Do I got that right?
I guess so.
Aww, that's kind of sad. Bro, I haven't checked her weapon. It's probably level 40. It's level 60, 70. It's not that bad, but I would advise you to max out her weapon because the light cone will give her base attack, which everything else is calculated from. So it's pretty important to have her weapon leveled up.
You guess so?
Poitier's sudden questioning startles the girl. She shrinks further into the corner, wedging herself between the window and a nearby chair.
I can see why that friend of yours calls you Loggerhead. You deserve the name. What is going on here?
Well, she has amnesia. She has a specific problem, you know.
It's understandable. Awakened arcanists often suffer side effects related to their origins and materials, but still, this is quite unusual, to say the least.
I mean, arcanists generally, they are all pretty unusual, if you don't mind my saying, because, I mean, we have alien tea, we have rabies. Don't tell me those guys are not unusual as well. Since I don't have level 90 yet, but it buffs physical damage. What do you mean? Do you mean the light cone you have on her buffs physical damage? That's fine. I mean, the passive doesn't matter. What matters, especially because when you level up a light cone, it doesn't level up, it doesn't change the passive. That's what happens when you rank up the weapon, the light cone. When I'm talking about leveling it up to level 90 or a bit lower if you can't get to level 90, is to level up the actual light cone and get its base attack higher up. Why she have a camera head still pretty? She's kind of cute, and I really like her voice actress. I don't know who she is, but she has a very cute voice and performance as well.
So she has no memory of what happened 3 days ago, or even any of the cases she was involved in. So then, she's basically useless to our investigation. I can only imagine what a disaster it would be if you showed up in a Detective CO7 movie.
That's kind of mean, but okay. And I mean, she could be useful if we could find the films that she keeps in order to retain her memory.
Hey, that's rude. How come I'm a disaster?
She's very okay. She's really adorable. The way she voices the character, and that is indeed rude. I agree with her. The girl, mustering what little courage she has left, waves her metal fists in defiance. But her feeble resistance has no effect on the officers. After sighing in unison, they exchange a glance.
What do you think?
I've made a request for Miss Latham's detailed records, but I don't think she's lying. Back at the hospital, the best lie she could come up with was a hamster riding a stethoscope. I kind of doubt she's a master manipulator.
Or maybe she's so five-head that we don't get her and we don't understand her. Could this be a to be continued? Yes! Perfect timing because we have ads running in 10 seconds and I need to go to the restroom. So we have everything aligned perfectly. I guess when the wearer uses their skill, the next ally taking action, except the wearer, deals 16% damage. Increased damage for 1 turn. It's gonna be better at level 62 for some reason. Yeah, but that's the passive. The passive doesn't change with the leveling up of the light cone, like I said. That only changes when you refine it, rank it up, whatever you want to call it, amplify it. It depends on the game, and I don't remember exactly which one that is. But in Honkai Star Rail, I mean. But yeah, what I'm talking about is really leveling up the weapon. The passive itself. It's a fine passive, it's a good passive, depending on your turn order, but overall, yeah, the more important part here is to level it up. How will I know when she blushes? She has cheeks. Let me check, because I do have her, I did get 1 copy of her. Where is she? Here.
Welcome to the Arcanum Containment Department.
You can see the lower part of her cheeks.
Now, if you'll look to your right, you'll see some videos from a Beyond Arcanist in the 1990s. It's... oh, I guess I accidentally put in an old reel.
She's very cute. But see, we can see part of her, the bottom of her cheeks, well, a part of her cheeks. So we can still kind of see her blushing, if she ever blushes. I don't really know if she blushes a lot or not. But yeah, Anyway, she was mewing. I don't remember what that means. I think I do. I don't really know if I want to, though. Anyway, like I said, I will take a quick break myself because I do need to go to the restroom. But after that, we can launch ourselves into stage 2. So that means wait, we've done 7, 8, 9, and we are up to 10. Okay, we are at 4 today. Wow, okay, good. Training your jawline. She doesn't really need to train anything given the fact that her jawline is built because her whole body is that of a robot, because her actual body is part of the camera that she has in her head, as her head. That's her actual body. The rest of it was built by the Foundation, I assume. Anyway. Oh god, the ads are going to run out in 20 seconds, but I still need to take a break and go to the restroom. So, I will leave you with a bit of music, and I shall be right back. Not the same music as yesterday, I know. I decided to change a bit, but still the music from Reverse 1999. So on that note, I shall be right back. And I am back. Let me switch scenes. There you go, I am back indeed. Now let me grab my chat. Everything is perfect. And I even reheated my, what would you call that? My tea, because it had gone cold. Anyway, the music is so tough. Not entirely sure what you mean by that, but as long as you like it. She records everything you do. Do you mean Loggerhead, the character as with the camera head? I guess she does, which is kind of creepy, and it kind of makes it puts pressure on you, you know? But at the same time, she forgets afterwards. So it cancels out, I guess, I think, maybe. Not entirely sure if that's how it works. Anyway, unraveling the mystery. Dispel the fog, unravel the mystery, and they'll claim that this is the truth.
Let me sort things out. Miss Loggerhead, you said you could record and save your memories using a special type of film developed by Laplace.
Which was my point back like 5 minutes ago, which was that maybe she recorded all of this and we could find the evidence of what actually happened.
Which means that even if you don't recall taking anything from the Arcanum containment department, your film should show whether you did or not.
I like them exotic. For a second there, I read, I like them toxic, and I was like, are you sure about that? But exotic is, why not? I mean, a loggerhead seems cute, at the very least. She doesn't seem toxic. It might be a bit annoying, the fact that she completely forgets everything every 3 days, but at the very least, you know, she seems cute. Not in terms of physique, but in terms of her personality.
But the fact is, the films are gone. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but where are they gone to? Then I assume she doesn't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, I usually carry my most important memories with me and leave the others in my room. The Foundation staff checked the visitor log after the stuff was stolen. Turns out, I was the only one who visited the office that day. So they sent people to my room and checked all my film, but they didn't find anything.
And why are you playing the rip sound, Ktosh? Who died? Are you okay?
Then they said they already had other evidence, so...
Loggerhead's voice trails off, and someone else completes her words.
So they just declared Loggerhead guilty.
But what is the other evidence? Because Loggerhead mentioned that they had found other evidence. What is the other evidence? And when did you come up? When did you arrive, Scott?
But that doesn't make any sense to me. Something must be wrong.
The Foundation employee, who claimed to be hunting Loggerhead, received a call from Liang just 10 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Thank you, game, for actually answering my question. I need someone to talk to. 6 foot, rich, funny, plays basketball, nonchalant. Ktosh, once again, I think you got things wrong. This is not a dating site. This is Twitch. This is a Twitch stream. But the moment she stepped into the clue-filled hotel room and laid eyes on Loggerhead, she blurted out, "You're still here." And just like that, the final piece of Loggerhead's testimony was confirmed. The two girls sitting on the bed lowered their heads in silence, understanding.
So, when you found Miss Latham, you bought her a train ticket instead of putting her under arrest.
Okay, so Scott was just trying to help out her friend.
I know I've gone against orders, but I'm sure Loggerhead didn't do this. She's my friend. I can't just arrest her and have the Foundation lock her up.
Yeah, on top of that, like I said, you know, the Foundation doesn't have the best track record, so probably shouldn't. Although you should also be careful for yourself.
I'm sorry for keeping all of this from you, but you're a vigil. I had to be careful.
Yeah, it didn't really work out too well, did it? I mean, thankfully Liangve is a comprehensive or understandable person. But yeah, your carefulness did not really amount to anything now, did it?
So, if it's not crossing a line, Miss Liang, Miss Potier, can I ask you to keep this between us? You can report it after we find out who's really done this.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have any reason to agree to this, but it would be nice of them.
Could you, please?
She really sounds adorable. Scott's eyes gleam pleadingly, and Loggerhead's lens gleams as she stares at the officers in expectation. Oh wait, so her lens gleams? The pitiful expressions on both of their faces would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Liang almost feels as though she's tormenting some kind of harmless creature. But this unofficial interrogation isn't over yet. I am almost at 70 PT on Shilonen's banner. Let me at least get C2 Shilonen, like my life can't be any worse after I lose the 50-50. Sure? I mean, I hope that you do win your 50-50 on Shilonen's banner, especially for her C2, it would be great to have it. Good luck to you. Scott, a baddie? She seems quite young, although I guess maybe you're exactly her age, so that kind of works out, maybe. The game has a protagonist? Yes, it does. But it doesn't seem that the protagonist will be involved in this specific story, because this is an event story, it's not a main story. Sometimes the protagonist does show up in the event stories as well, but so far not in this one. The protagonist is a girl named Vertin. Unlike in Honkai Star Rail, Genshin, and Wuthering Waves, you don't have a choice between two protagonists. This time it's just, in this game I mean, it's just Vertin. She's a 15-year-old girl, I think. And the story of this game is that in 1999, instead of going to the year 2000, the time started reversing. There is a lot of time shenanigans going on. And Vertin is the only one who is immune to that. There are other places where you can hide yourself from the changing that is happening, which is called the storm. And other people, when they are caught by the storm, they disappear, they are reversed. As far as we know, they die, but we're not sure about that. We don't have actual proof because we don't know what happens after the storm hits. And Vertin doesn't actually die. She doesn't get reversed. She's immune to it for some reason. And she is our protagonist, and she works for a foundation that deals with arcanists. Arcanists being basically magicians. It's just the same word. And she recruits arcanists to her team and investigates the storm and try to find answers as to what it is, how it works, and all of that, while battling villains, because there are villains in these games as well. We do have antagonists, people who are trying to hurry the storm. They are trying to trigger the storm earlier than when it should happen, because they can calculate it nowadays. Well, nowadays, now that we've advanced in the story. But yeah, sorry for the very long exposition, but that's basically Vertin. She is immune to the storm. She has a team of arcanists, which are the characters that you pull, and she uses that team to investigate the storm on behalf of the Foundation.
We'll talk about that once we figure out what the hell's going on. Back to the case. You said she gave you a train ticket. What are you still doing here?
And in my opinion, she's a very good arcanist. A very good protagonist, sorry. I really like Vertin. I definitely very much like her accent when she speaks. But more importantly, I like her personality. She's very calm. You can tell that she's been through a lot, and she's not like a typical 15-year-old kid. But she's definitely interesting in my opinion. Doro44 is playing Repo right now. What is Repo? I don't actually know what that is. So yeah, I'm confused. No Y2K, no 9/11, wouldn't have been born. RIP 2000s. Wait, Swivy, does that mean that you were born after the 2000s? Ah. Well, yeah. Well, I guess you weren't born. Ktosh wasn't born either. Plenty of people on my stream weren't born. I know that Juk is 20, so she was born like in 2005, so she wouldn't be born either. Am I the only one here who would have been born then? God damn it. Loggerhead lets out an awkward laugh.
Actually, while I was on my way to the train station, a car on the other side of the street lost control and hit my cab.
Okay.
Thankfully, it crashed into the passenger seat where I was sitting. My metal's much stronger than human flesh.
I guess, yeah. Ah, and that's how you broke your arm. I see. Liang searches her memory for a moment.
That's right. There was a car accident yesterday morning. The driver suffered some kind of unknown mental abnormality while he was on the road. Maybe he's fallen victim too. What happened next?
I was sent to the hospital, and you showed up. I thought you were gonna arrest me, so I ran as fast as I could.
Understandable.
I threw away my cell phone and contact device as soon as I left the Foundation. Scott said they could use them to track me down. I couldn't get a hold of anyone and didn't know what to do. And even though I don't know for sure, I really don't think I'm guilty. It's super weird to be on the run when you feel like you're innocent. So, I went back to Chinatown to ask Director Noire for help. She was the only one I could contact directly.
I don't know too, but he's playing Repo right now. Okay. Let's raid Doro 44 after the stream. The viewer difference is going to be crazy. Sometimes I really do wonder what the point of what you're writing is. But that is actually a subject that I wanted to chat with people about, because as far as I know, most of my viewers tend to go to sleep after my stream. And some of them, like Chip, tend to fall asleep during my stream. So I'm not exactly entirely sure if there is any point in raiding anyone, given the fact that, you know, if you guys are just going to sleep, then I would feel bad raiding someone. I mean, I wouldn't... raiding Doro, like you mentioned, the viewer difference is not actually going to be crazy. But I would feel bad raiding someone who doesn't have a lot of viewers, like myself, only for everyone to just leave after the raid. Would be kind of bad. So that is indeed something that I wanted to talk to people about. But I feel like I'm not sure everyone is really here, or like Chip is probably already asleep, for instance. So I guess maybe his opinion won't really matter. If you're still awake, Chip, hello to you. If you're not, good night to you. Adorable, yeah. Loggerhead is indeed adorable. This is the first time we've met her truly and actually talked to her, but yeah, I'm starting to really like her. A crucial name.
Noah. Could you tell me how you got to know her?
Of course. Let me see. Walk of Fame. Walk of Fame. Okay. Now I just need to turn left. Wait, which way is left again? It changes every time I turn, right? Gosh, how the heck do people read maps?
No, left does not change every time you turn your head. That's not how that works. Oh god.
Are you alright? It seems you could use some help.
Is an A rank or S rank? In this game, it works somewhat differently. It's with stars, kind of like in Genshin, but we actually have many stars for characters. You have 1 through 6 stars for characters. Wait, do we have 1-star characters? I don't actually remember. I know we have 2 stars, 3 stars, and 4-star characters. Basically, the equivalent of an A rank from ZZZ, for instance, the equivalent in reverse would be a 5-star character. And Loggerhead is a 5-star character. And Noire, for instance, the character you see here, she's actually a 6-star character, and that would be the equivalent of an S rank in Zenless Zone 0. Apple is 1-star, I think. No, Apple is a 3-star character, if I recall correctly. Wait, I can actually tell you that, I think. Let me see. No, Apple is actually a 4-star character. Yep, Apple is a 4-star, and we only got 2 characters that are 2-star, which are Door and Madame Radio. We might have gotten another one in the meantime, but I think I may not have recorded it. But yeah, Apple is not a 1-star.
Noire stopped to help me. She was really interested in my head, so we had a little chat, and I found out she was a director.
It's kind of a weird coincidence that a director would meet a camera-headed girl, you know?
She offered to take me to the Walk of Fame. We talked a lot about movies on our way there. Then I told her I was traveling alone, so she invited me to join her movie shoot in Chinatown. How could I say no? I mean, she's a famous director. There's no way I'd miss a chance like that.
Interesting. That was the same day that odd things started happening in Chinatown.
Ah. But are you trying to link it to Loggerhead's arrival or to Loggerhead's meeting with Noire? The head that was bobbing excitedly comes to a hesitant stop.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Did anything strange happen that day?
Loggerhead's lens flickers. It seems something has surfaced in her mind.
Let me see. I did find a strange film reel when I was unpacking that night.
Ah, please don't tell me it was the cursed film reel. Because that would be a problem. And Deidara, you were asking how to know when she's blushing. Apparently, it seems that her emotions are shown through whatever's happening with her lens. And that's all I can tell you.
A strange film reel.
How exactly a lens is supposed to blush, I don't know. Don't ask me too many questions.
Wait, could that be...
All three of the others immediately perk up at the mention of those words. But perhaps due to the limited field of vision of her camera lens, Loggerhead remains oblivious to their gazes. Instead, she pulls her backpack toward her, muttering to herself as she leisurely rummages through it.
Yeah, a strange film reel. I've gotten into the habit of labeling my films like check every day or check from time to time, so that I know what to watch to keep important things in my mind. I was gonna do a review that night, but when I looked through my film, there was a roll without a label on it.
Please tell me you didn't watch it. I mean, if you did, you would have gone crazy, and you don't seem crazy, so...
It couldn't have been mine, because it was made of a different material. I was so curious about it, you know? So I played it.
Ah. And you're okay.
What did you see?
It was a movie, I guess, but it was pretty short. More like a demo or a trailer or something. But it was so weird. Like a jumble of pictures and sounds. It didn't make any sense to me. I don't know, maybe it was a prank or something?
She halts her search and looks up blankly.
What's wrong?
The film, it's gone.
Ah.
What?
Loggerhead shrinks nervously once again.
I can't find it. It was right here in my bag.
Aw, poor Loggerhead.
Give it to me.
And Ktosh, I don't know why you wrote Doctor. We are not playing Genshin Impact with Il Dottore, we're not playing Arknights with the Doctor, and we're not talking about Doctor Who either. So, once again, I ask, why? Why do you write these things? In one swift motion, Poitiers snatches Loggerhead's backpack and upends its content onto the bed. That's kind of rude.
Damn, first time I've seen a bag messier than my sister's. Do you ever organize your stuff?
Like a whirlwind, Poitiers tears through Loggerhead's things, ignoring her shrieks of, "I just forgot to throw that away," and I still need that. As she ransacks not only the backpack, but the entire room. Finally, she has no choice but to accept a rather disheartening conclusion.
Nope, nothing.
Yeah, I think we kind of figured that one out.
You didn't take it out and lose it somewhere, did you? Mistake it for a tip for your pizza guy or something.
How do you mistake a film for a tip for the pizza guy? In what world does that make sense?
I forget things, but I'm not an idiot. I didn't lose it. Check my film if you want to prove it. It just disappeared into thin air.
No, I think someone stole it.
But your film only records what you saw. Someone might have taken it when you weren't looking. Does anyone else know about this film reel? Did you have any visitors or notice anything suspicious after you played it?
Suspicious? I don't think so. At least I didn't see anything. The only person who visited me afterwards was Scott. She came to tell me I was wanted by the Foundation. Oh, but actually, I wasn't alone when I played it. Noire was with me. She said she was interested in my memories, so she came and...
Yeah, I kind of figured that Noire would have stolen it, but I didn't think she would have played it while Noire was there, and I thought that everyone who watched it went crazy for some reason, and yet neither Loggerhead nor Noire went crazy. So what's up with that? The others stare at Loggerhead as if she's grown a second head. She nervously swallows the rest of her sentence.
What's wrong?
So, it was Noire who took the film?
Yeah. But why would she? A solid punch sends the man flying. At least that's what was supposed to happen.
Sorry, Director. I'll try again.
Don't bother. Clearly, your martial arts skills are severely lacking. I don't want you to hit your head when you fall to the ground. Go. Take a break.
The disheveled actor still wants to argue his case, but everyone knows that once this director makes a decision, she won't change her mind easily. In the end, he simply sighs and steps aside.
That was the last one, Director. There are far fewer stunt performers with martial arts experience here than in Hong Kong. Master Lau and his men will arrive in a few days. Perhaps we could shoot the scene then?
Nicholas is on a tight schedule. I doubt he'll change it. Let me see what I can do.
Who's Nicholas? A single sentence is far from enough to capture the many difficulties the famous Hong Kong director has faced since working overseas. Leaning back in her wheelchair, she discreetly scans the set, searching for the missing piece of the puzzle.
Her again?
Lin follows Noire's gaze.
Oh, that young officer?
Ah, is this how...
What do you want? Listen, I don't know what you are trying to do, but can't you just leave us alone?
Is this how Liang Wei joins the crew? Because they need a martial artist and she definitely is one. Huh, interesting.
Sorry, ma'am. This is a closed set. If you don't have a warrant, please leave.
That's kind of a big coincidence and the perfect opportunity for her, I suppose.
Guys, relax. Liang isn't as mean as she seems.
Clearly, the arrival of a certain visual cadet is unwelcome. So much so that even Loggerhead is being eyed with suspicion. But Liang ignores them. She locked on to her target the moment she scanned the set and is already striding straight toward her. She stops a few paces in front of the person in question.
I must say I didn't expect to see you so soon, officer. Is there something else you wanted to ask me? I think I made myself perfectly clear this morning. I know nothing about your case.
No, madam. I'm here to help.
Help with what?
I like how she looks surprised.
Miss Latham mentioned that you are looking for a qualified stunt performer for your movie. I'd like to help with that, if you don't mind, as an apology.
Noire blinks. But how did Loggerhead know that when the scene just happened in front of our eyes?
You surprised me again.
So I guess she went from police officer to actress or stunt performer, I suppose. I mean, since she's already a martial artist, it works out, I guess. Probably. And she was tight on cash, if I recall correctly. You know, she was saying that everything in Los Angeles was expensive. So that might be a good way to to pay her bills. Atrox, the best champion, by the way. Sure, I mean, I think I still played a bit when he came out, but that was a very long time ago. I somehow doubt that he's still relevant, is he? I don't remember how well-balanced League of Legends was or not. There's been so many years since I've played it. Double check. Okay. I admit it. Okay, I admit. I've always been something of a movie buff. Is good now, best, Dark King for real. I've no idea. I don't know what Dark King means. Great, we've hit a dead end. Just what exactly did you miss? Maybe we should go over the items in Loggerhead's bag again. Loggerhead? Seriously? She packed all these film reels, but somehow missed the most important one. Look at this. She was planning to open a video store. Was she planning to open a video store? So many movie reels. Hey Liang, these ones are in Chinese, right? Yes, sir. That's the Shiman Fighters? Here's Miss Vampire and Troubled Lunatics. Classic Hong Kong films, but it's unclear if these were Loggerhead's collection or gifts from director Noire. Good grief. Do we need to watch all of these? We don't have that kind of time. No, I don't think so. These are just regular film reels, and their stories aren't related to our investigation. Huh, I almost forgot you used to sneak around and watch movies behind your parents' backs. Your knowledge is broader than I thought. So, other than CO7, which one here is your favorite? Our time is running out. Dull as ever. I knew it. But if we wrap this up quickly, you should watch Miss Vampire. It's a hallmark of Hong Kong Arcanum films. Oh, I'll remember that. We've gone through the bag, but the missing reel isn't here. Perhaps it's time for us to try something else. Yeah, let's hear what our big shot director has to say. End of dialogue. So she likes vampire movies as well? Probably. Hey, Kelefe? The heck is that word? What is this word? Come on, game, you gotta help me out with these things. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Kelefe? Who knows? But hey, don't speak, don't blink, don't fidget, and definitely don't sneeze.
You mean to say that you're a stunt woman? Seriously?
Is that the truth, though? Being a martial artist is one thing, being a stunt woman is another thing entirely. I mean, the two can be connected in the sense that usually stunt people, whether it's men or women, are martial artists as well. But being a martial artist doesn't mean that it's going to be easy to become a stunt person, because it's not exactly the same thing. there are things to learn. Now, I suppose the transition between being a martial artist and being a stunt person is easier than being, I don't know, a doctor and trying to become a doctor, or rather, a doctor trying to become a stunt person. Sure, that would be more difficult, probably. It's kind of a demon in a really shortened way. There is also Varys and Nafiri. Not sure though. Varys I remember, Nafiri I don't. She or he actually, probably came out after I stopped playing the game. Noire chuckles and shakes her head before turning her wheelchair in disinterest. Ah.
Thank you, officer. Well, judging by your uniform, you're from the Vigils Bureau, aren't you?
So I guess her application was rejected.
It's true that we may be able to attract more viewers if we have a Vigil on the cast list. But filmmaking isn't as easy as you think. Maybe I can fit you in next time.
Rejection, but refusal is not an option in this
I'm familiar
operation.
with movies, especially yours. I'm actually a big fan. And I saw the performance just now. Not to be rude or anything, but I think I can handle the stunt. For the betterment of the movie. That's what Miss Latham said you were after. Is that right?
Her words stir up a storm.
What? Does she even know what she's talking about?
Yeah, well, only one way to find out, I guess. She came out in like 2023, 2024. Oh, yeah. I wasn't playing League in 2023 or 2024. I think it's been like maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 years since I've stopped playing League. It's been a while. I don't even remember when League came out. Let me check. League of Legends. When did it come out? Initial release 2009. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I do think that it's been at least 5 to 10 years since I've stopped playing. So yeah, I've missed out quite a few characters, man. I'm at 70 pity and I got 10 more days. If it's gonna be Shalonen, just let it be Tignari. If it's not going to be Shalonen, let it be Tignari and let me rest. Don't you want some Diacons as well for your Kinich team? Or is that the other account? I'm kind of getting confused between all your accounts.
That's some pretty big talk.
Even Noire can't help but let out an amused chuckle at Liang's words. Even so, her wheelchair comes to a stop.
That's true. But are you certain that you'll make my movie better?
Yes.
I need Dia first and not cons to let my Toma rest. Okay. Well, so in that case, whether it is Dia cons or Dia herself, it doesn't change anything. But the point is, you would be happy with a Dia, right? To be honest, no. Liang knows that filmmaking is far more complex than it appears. Her answer is far from the truth. So she can lie, because thus far Liang has been very honest, especially with Poitiers, but I guess she can lie. But if she's going to uncover the truth, she has to act the part.
Interesting.
Dia scales with HP? No and yes. And no and yes. She scales with both attack and HP. After her C1, when you get her C1, then she starts scaling a bit more with HP, and only then is it recommended to give her an HP sans. But before that, usually you would give her an energy regen sans, because she requires a shit ton of energy. Although in your case, I guess it doesn't really matter, because she's not supposed to be there to deal damage. She's just there to apply pyro so that your Kinich can play with burning. Is that right? Is that how your team is supposed to work? But overall, Dia is not going to deal any kind of damage with her skill, at least. Her skill doesn't really deal any damage. Her burst is where her damage really comes from. Yeah? Okay. So in that case, it doesn't really matter, but because what's important to you is just her, what do you call that? Her skill. You're probably never going to use her burst. In that case, I think that you probably if you get her C0, you should probably get an attack sense. Probably. And I'm not entirely sure. Keep that in mind. Because I don't play burning teams, so I'm not entirely sure how it works out. I'm gonna wait like 6 years until I get every character for my Kinich team. 6 years? Why would it take you that long? Because what is there in a Kinich team? You just need Kinich, which you already have, Bennett, which you will hopefully get soon, I guess. You would probably want Emily for a Kinich team. I do believe that she works rather well with him. And what else? Like Kinich, Chevreuse, Thomas, Nahida is not it. Yeah, no, Chevreuse has nothing to do in this team, man. Because Chevreuse's main purpose is to shred the resistance of Pyro and Electro. But she can only do that if she only has Pyro and Electro characters in her team. She's just for the heals? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, why not? It's not really much, but why not? And Toma energy. So you're funneling the particles from her skill to Toma. Why not? It's not exactly the best, but I mean, you said it yourself. It's not it, but yeah. Best team is Kinich, Emily, Dia, Bennett. I mean, Bennett, you should be able to get him sooner rather than later. Dia remains to be seen, and Emily, she will get a rerun at some point. Perhaps not soon, but she will at some point.
Since you insist, let's give it a try. Show me what a vigil can do.
It isn't a particularly clever trick, but fortunately, Latham's words weren't false. Noire would never turn down an opportunity to improve her films. Ah shit, I should have taken a screenshot of that because she looks pretty. Noire, where are you? Come back to me. You look pretty. Yeah, we can go with that, I suppose.
Who ate beans?
Follow the director's instructions. Do not attack the enemy for the first few rounds. Ah, the heck am I supposed to do then? Listen up. In the first scene, you're a martial arts apprentice in Chinatown, cornered in an alley by a group of thugs. You're an outsider here, trying to avoid trouble, so all you can do is curl up and take the beating. Are you ready, Vigil? Yes. Action. Eat this. Don't you know what hand over the money means? You want to suffer? Go break her legs. Heh, you got it, boss. Well, since I'm not supposed to attack, I guess that this is all I can do. Wait, I will try to get Flutterpage's ultimate up. Yeah, okay. At the very least, I get her ultimate up very soon. I hope it's not gonna be soon, because if I will not have at least 174s, I'm not gonna get her, I swear. Depends on your luck. Your luck has not been great for now, but maybe later on? And when do I get to attack? Accumulate enough stacks and consumes the stacks. Can I still not attack? I guess for now we'll just take the beating until we get more instructions.
Hey!
Am I still not supposed to attack? When am I supposed to attack? Ah, okay, so they die on their own. Cut. Good, good. Second scene. You've had enough. You're humiliated and furious, ready to fight back. Get it together. No more looking weak. Show me your anger. Now, you get up from the ground, not to prove yourself, but to tell them that whatever you've lost, you're taking it back. Action. Boss, she's standing up. What are you afraid of? She's just a crippled runt. Well, still frame? The fuck is that? Cannot act, cannot take damage. Oh my god. Seriously, game? Seriously? Ah, you know what? Fine. In
Don't
that
worry.
case.
Yes, I got this. I can do it.
Yeah, I don't need to attack with Flutter Page because she's going to cast everything.
A fragment of truth. I'll be right here. Higher than a bell tower, and even the clouds.
Well, I guess that's it. She's gonna kill someone. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Cut! Yay!
Red 38 is about to return.
Where was I at? Why are your characters level 60? Is it max? Yes, it is the maximum in this game. Because it's kind of complicated, but basically when you level up characters in Reverse 1999, you go up to 40 first, I think, or is it 30? I think it's 30. Once you reach level 30, you have to unlock their Insight 1. Once you unlock their Insight 1, you restart at level 0 and you go up to 40. Then you unlock Insight 2, etc. And the maximum then is Insight 3 level 60. I don't remember if Insight 1 is level 30 or 40. Might be 40. It's been a while. I don't really pay attention anymore. I just level up my characters. And usually what is recommended in the game is to level up your characters to Insight 3 level 30. I go up to level 60 just because I have the resources and I like to have my characters maxed out, but you don't have to. You can just stop at Insight 3 level 30. Go 3 supports, and on the support thing, go a DPS. I have no idea what that means. Just kill the cameraman. Kill him. No, because that's not the point. 19 Arlecchino is probably my worst idea I could have ever done. No more for just 200 more damage. I mean, she's a, what you call that, a main DPS, so leveling her to level 90 is actually a good idea, especially because it unlocks, what would you call that, level 9 talents and level 10 talents if you want to crown her. And like I said, she's a main DPS, so it's not actually a bad idea. You might not have the greatest build, but that's another question entirely.
Excellent! Bravo!
Now this time around I will grab a screenshot because she is pretty.
Exactly as you claimed. No, even better. Really spectacular work. A perfect take.
I'm flattered, Director.
Noire's eyes glisten as she watches the playback of the shot. Meanwhile, after nearly 20 failed takes, Liang returns to the dressing room, her costume drenched in sweat. I guess she really did work her ass off. When she emerges back in her vigil's uniform, a bottle of water is handed to her.
Here, it's not open.
Thank you.
Didn't expect you to pull it off. That was a dangerous stunt. Scared the crap out of me. All right. So you did a good job one time. But let me tell you, it takes a lot more than that to win recognition in this industry.
I mean, yeah.
You've really got to hone in on the dramatic scenes if you want to move out of the stunt woman box. You're good looking, and you took that scene pretty seriously. You interested in doing that? If you are, then I'll suggest you be a little more humble. There's always room for improvement, you know?
You're right. I'm sorry, but I'm not even a stunt woman, let alone an actress. This is all just a bit of fun for me.
Is that so? Oh, what a shame.
The queen of the set rolls over in her chariot, stopping beside Liang.
I appreciate your sincerity, but I'd be even more appreciative if you were willing to do a few more scenes.
Yeah, of course she wants to make a movie. Yeah, but level up and ascending are two different things though. Ascending doesn't cost 900,000, more like 600,000 I think. Not gonna lie, I don't remember how much it costs. I know it costs a few million mora to level up a character to level 90 and their talents as well. I think it's like maybe 5 or 6 million mora, maybe? Perhaps a bit more. But I don't remember the cost of going from level 80 to 80 plus, because I just do it automatically, so I no longer look at that.
If it's just for a short time, I'd like to help in any way I can.
Crowning a character costs 1.6 million. Probably. And not from 1 to 10, just level 10. Yeah, probably. I do know that crowning a character is expensive. I've used at least 20 or 30 crowns by now. So I've seen my mora depleted. And I've had to farm it all back again. It was kind of annoying, but, you know. Some characters deserve it. I'm joking, actually. 700k. I thought it was 900, but maybe it is 700. Like I said, I don't really pay attention. If I like a character and I want to crown them, they will receive a crown, you know, regardless of what it costs. I do not look at that. I will farm whatever is needed and I will give them their crown.
Fantastic! Follow me. We can have dinner and look at the script together. I have a few changes I want to make to the story. Trust me, the audience will be more than happy to hear a line or two from you.
Oh, that's nice, I guess. I want to crown Nivi, but yeah, it is expensive. It is rather expensive. But you just have to farm and be patient. It will happen. Where is the camera woman? I see Deidara, you really like Loggerhead. Understandable. She's cute.
Lines? Okay.
Things seem to be taking an unexpected turn. Do we get to see her again?
That's all?
Nope.
Well, have you memorized them?
No more Loggerhead for now, apparently. But I assume she will come back in the story at some point.
Yes, every word. But aren't there too many?
The blank spaces in the script spread out on the table are filled with Noire's flamboyant pen strokes.
She's got a point, Director. The investors might not approve them. They already told us not to change the script like we did in Hong Kong.
Relax, we've done this before. They never read the script anyway.
Is that really how it works? I've never worked in a movie, or on a movie, I mean, so I wouldn't know, but is that really how it works?
Besides, I'm not exactly asking for a monologue here. It's only 3 lines, just what's needed to make the character complete.
Lin gives a helpless sigh. She knows all too well how pointless it is to try and change Noire's mind.
I'll keep practicing until filming starts.
I look forward to your performance.
By the way, I saw some deity dolls and sedan chairs on the set. The Dushu Festival is coming up, right? Is the crew joining the Shouhuo parade?
Those are our props.
And I really find Noire very pretty.
Our final scene is set at the Shouhuo parade. I already spoke with the organizers in Chinatown. They've allowed us to shoot during it.
I guess, Deidara, you have Loggerhead and I have Noire. We both have our favorite character for this story.
Really? The last CO7 movie ended with the Shouhuo parade too.
Noire's eyes light up. She smiles.
Good memory. Looks like you meant it when you said you were a big fan.
The restaurant owner serves their meal, pausing their script discussion for the time being. Noire and her assistant pick up the chopsticks, but Loggerhead remains still. Aha! You might just see Camera Woman again.
So, did you find anything?
There you go.
You said that your beastie friend could detect things tainted with evil, right? So, did it sense anything wrong with the director?
While Loggerhead speaks in a hushed tone, the conspicuousness of her head makes talking in secret a near impossible task. Feeling Noire and Lin's subtle glances, Liang squirms in her seat.
No, but that doesn't mean...
Yes! I told you she'd never do that!
Oh god, Loggerhead.
Hey! She can hear you, you know?
Ah, guys, I think we are getting exposed after like maybe half an hour of being undercover. The situation is already beyond repair. Yep.
I'd never do what?
Nothing? Nothing in particular? I like the color of her nails, by the way. I know it has nothing to do with anything, but I like it. For a brief moment, Liang feels a splitting headache. She shoots a mildly accusatory glance at Loggerhead, causing her to visibly shrink. Why is Loggerhead constantly shrinking? At some point she's going to end up like Carlotta from Wuthering Waves, because I keep seeing posts online about Carlotta being very small. It's actually quite funny.
Sorry, I don't like skirting around things. Can't we just ask her straight up?
No, that's not really how an investigation works.
Not really. If every criminal just confessed to their crimes, the vigils wouldn't exist.
Yeah. No clumsy cover-up will fool the director now. There is nothing for it but to be upfront. Perhaps this is for the best anyway.
Actually, I didn't just come here to apologize. There's something I want to ask you about.
What is it?
A perfectly measured balance of curiosity and confusion, yet no real surprise. A renowned director having a knack for acting isn't exactly shocking. In fact, it's about as surprising as an amateur failing miserably to do the same thing.
It's about the strange things happening in Chinatown these days.
Wait, so all this was just to butter us up so you could investigate your case?
The assistant, who was all smiles moments ago, suddenly falls silent. Despite her careful preparation, the situation is difficult for Liang, and shit, the ads are going to roll. I'm sorry about that. I tried to move the scene along. I thought we would be able to be and there you go. The ads are here. I mean, Daydara, you're fine on YouTube, but yeah, on Twitch we have some ads that are going to roll. I know that some people don't get ads, some others do, so I'm just going to wait until the ads die down before we continue. But I've seen that I've missed quite a few messages. By the way, I didn't know C1 Shalonen is actually decent. I don't actually remember what her C1 does. I thought it's like literally nothing in fight, just exploration, but it actually buffs knockback resistance. So W for my C0 Nouvellette. Ah, nice. Interruption resistance. Ah, that is indeed a good thing. Though if you do get C1 Nouvellette, for instance, then it will also buff his interruption resistance, if I recall correctly. I'm going insane looking through the wiki and info, and nothing points towards Jessica being beyond arcanist. Wait, so Jamie... How long have you been looking into the wiki? Because we've had that conversation about Jessica a while back now. How long have you lost yourself on the wiki now? It's been at least an hour, no? Oh boy. And to be fair, there is a lot of information missing on the wiki. An hour, okay, yeah. So it has been a while. Goddamn. To be fair, yeah, like I said, there is a lot that is not said or written in the wiki. I don't exactly know why. I've never managed a wiki myself, so I don't know how difficult it is to update all of these pages. I think that you need to have many people to do that, and I don't know how big the team at the Reverse 99 wiki is, so yeah, that might be why you can't find any information about that. Radar ping is streaming Genshin. Okay. Why are you saying these things, Tosh? What the hell am I supposed to do with that? I don't even know who that is. Pocket waifus? Wait. Oh, right, because of Carlotta. I was wondering, who the hell are you putting in your pocket? And then, yes, Carlotta, or apparently Loggerhead, because she seems to be shrinking every time we see her, for some reason. Don't worry, I know. Thank you. I do need to go to the restroom again. I don't know why I need to go to the restroom so many times today. I mean, I'm drinking the same goddamn tea that I'm usually drinking, so that didn't really change. So, yeah. I will be right back. I'll be back in just a second, but yeah, at some point, nature calls or something, something like that. Yeah, let me give you... yeah, you know what? I'll give you a bit of music and I shall be right back. And I am back. There you go, switching scenes. Wait, what happened there? There you go. The scene has been switched. Let me grab my chat back. My chat is back. And I missed a few messages. She had experiments done on her. She is a changeling, all natural to this world. Why is she a beyond arcanist? I don't know. I feel your frustration in your words, and I don't know why. I mean, I didn't even know she was a beyond arcanist before we learned about it. Before you guys told me, so I can't really answer that question, unfortunately. Maybe someone more knowledgeable could help us, but I don't know who that would be. He's the second best streamer. I see. So, okay. My dog has something for like 2 days already. What should I do? Go ask a veteran. Yeah. Jamie's answer is, pretty on point, I think. It's in the Atlas. Yeah. You guys told me it was in the Atlas, but I didn't actually check it out. I should actually take a look at the Atlas later on, just out of curiosity. There is nothing else about it in the Atlas. So it just says she is a beyond arcanist and that's it, period. There is no additional information. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, madam, but it's my job. As I said, strange things have been happening in Chinatown. Things that bear a striking resemblance to the film incident that you were involved in 8 years ago, Miss Noire. The case document stated that the origin of these events is a film reel titled Reunion of the Three Swallows, a movie created by your friend He Rijun.
Right, Hurry June. I remember that name. I'm sorry, I know I'm butchering it, but it is kind of funny.
Miss Latham said you watched a film with her in her room a few days ago. Do you have any idea where that film reel is now?
That film reel?
Mm-hmm. Please don't lie to me, Noire. Please, my waifu. Don't lie to me.
Did you not know what it was?
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm. I find it highly suspicious. Noire's expression darkens. Clearly, she's realized why Liang has brought up that film reel.
That film we watched together. Well, to put it mildly, it had nothing of interest. It didn't seem to have any semblance of a story, even. It couldn't have been one of Teresa's.
Wait, who is Teresa? I thought your friend's name was... Hurry June. Wasn't that her full name? Or is that just her last name and Teresa is actually her first name? Ah, well, I guess I've learned something new. Teresa, wrong game, brother, wrong game, and wrong country. We are talking about a Chinese person, and right now we are talking to a Chinese person in the United States. The Teresa is inspired by Russia, so wrong game, wrong everything, I think. Liang recalls that the archive on the Reunion of the Three Swallows cited Teresa as the English name of its creator, Hurry June. Anyway. Noire and Hurry June had been friends since their days studying abroad, and it seems Noire still uses that name even now. Ah, interesting. Does that mean that Noire's name is also just her English name, I assume? Because, well, technically speaking, it would be her French name, because Noire is a French word. I don't know if it exists in other countries but or other languages, but to me, Noire is the French word for black. Although the French word for black would be noir without the E at the end, the additional E at the end would be to characterize something that is feminine, because that's how we roll in French. So I guess that's her French name? Somehow, somewhat? Yeah, I don't really know. Russia is the India of Europe. I have no idea what that means. Maybe the atlas is wrong. It would be kind of surprising, because the atlas is part of the game, so, you know, once again, kind of surprising, but it could happen. Sometimes there are typos, there are mistranslations and stuff like that. Although, to be fair, I feel like Bluepoch has improved quite a lot, because when the game launched, when the game first launched, they had quite a few mistranslations and typos in their translations and localizations for the game. But I think that over time they improved. So it's not impossible that the atlas is wrong, but yeah, I don't actually really know, you know. And hello, worst artist. That's kind of a sad name. Why are you the worst artist? But hello to you, and welcome to the stream. Kinda like my friend's name is Brian, but his Chinese name is different. Yeah, exactly like that. For Noire and Hurry June. I will keep calling her that, because I can't pronounce it properly, apparently. But yeah, I do remember that one of my friends, although he's not Chinese, he was South Korean. Yeah, I had actually known him for a couple of years, and for some reason, at some point, we started talking about this topic, and he revealed to us that his name was not the name that we were calling him for the last 2 years. That was the French name he got when he arrived in France, but in truth his name was something else entirely, which was South Korean. Unfortunately, I do not remember his actual name, although both names were true. It's just that one was used in France and the other one was used whenever he would go back in South Korea. But yeah, I have heard of people changing their names to something that is easier to pronounce, for instance, because, well, for instance, the Hurry June name is something that I find difficult to pronounce for some reason. But yeah, I have heard of that indeed. Why would Jessica be a Beyond Arcanist? I don't think it's possible unless she's experimented on by otherworldly scientists and she's from space. Yeah, that would be my question as well, because like I said before, I don't think you can take a regular Arcanist and turn them into a Beyond Arcanist. It doesn't make sense. She would have to be originally a Beyond Arcanist all along and come from space, I guess. But yeah. Because it will remind me to keep improving myself. That's actually a good point. That is a whole other perspective. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. That's actually a good way of thinking about it. That is new to me. What, the bit with the names? It happens with plenty of people. I wouldn't say the majority of people, but a lot of people do change their name when they switch countries. I don't know how prevalent it is, I don't know how often it occurs, but I have heard of that quite a few times. Anyway, getting back to the story. Wait, did I read that last sentence? Yes, I had. Okay, my bad. Rumors, investigation reports, and speculations flicker through Liang's mind. But, seeing the somber look on the woman before her, she decides to set them aside for now.
Maybe the original content has been contaminated. According to the Foundation's records, the film reel has 2 abilities: play and record.
So someone must have, or maybe someone re-recorded on top of the original recording, which would erase the previous recording.
The play ability allows it to conjure its contents into reality in a form similar to a movie image, which accounts for the hallucinations and phantoms the victims mentioned. The record ability captures the souls of those in the same effective range as play, and the victims lose a part of themselves, like their sanity or their memories. The case document doesn't mention anything about contamination, but my guess is that the souls recorded by the film have polluted the original content of the film.
Wait a second. Let me reread that. So it had nothing to do with what I said. I mean, kind of, I guess. So it captures the soul, and they lose part of themselves, which leads to their insanity and memory loss. Makes sense. And over time, recording all those people who watched the film actually changed the film, which would explain why Noire and Loggerhead didn't go insane. It would explain that, because they both watched the film and were okay somehow. Maybe Jessica's power is a Beyond Arcanist, but isn't one directly. Oh wait, do you mean that perhaps through the experiment they implanted a Beyond Arcanist's power into Jessica, but Jessica herself was just a regular changeling, and now she houses the power of a Beyond Arcanist? Is that what you're trying to say? That could be a possibility, I suppose. I don't think we are going to see Jessica again anytime soon, unfortunately. In terms of story, I mean. It would be lovely if we could, because I love Jessica. She was very adorable. She was a yandere, so she's kind of scary as well, but she's also very adorable. But yeah, unfortunately, she hasn't had any story relevance for quite a while. She never had any story relevance because Nightmare at Green Lake was an event that was rather disconnected from the rest of the main story.
Shame on them. Whoever's behind this.
Noire mutters a curse, and both she and Liang fall into silence. Meanwhile, Lin and Loggerhead look utterly lost. What about Poitiers? Where is she?
Wait. What are you talking about? Can you explain it to me simply, please?
I think Loggerhead needs razor language here.
Miss Noah didn't know that that film was a reunion of the Three Swallows. So naturally, she didn't take it.
Well, that's if we take her word for it. But, you know, she could be lying as well. I don't want to believe that my waifu in a wheelchair is lying to me, but she could. Plenty of people could lie, you know. Just saying. I'm not sure. We don't have enough information. It's just a theory. I mean, it could be that. It's a plausible theory, I think. But like I said, this is why I mentioned that before. The fact that since we might not see her again, we might never learn the truth. And that is kind of sad. Imagine saying to Loggerhead something like, "Hey cutie, your lens is sparkling today." I mean, yeah, you would have to come up with very specific pickup lines for her. I mean, the very fact that she's so unique can give you inspiration as to what kind of pickup line you might try on her. Now, would it work? I don't really know, but you can try.
I think she's telling the truth.
Why would you think that?
Really? That's great news!
Yeah, but we don't actually have a real reason to believe her. I want to believe her, but objectively speaking, she could be lying, like I said, like about 5 seconds ago. No one responds. Loggerhead looks around and slowly lowers her arm she raised in premature celebration.
Oh, right. The film's still missing, so it's not great news. But at least Noire wasn't up to something when she made friends with me, right? That's definitely good news for me.
I suppose so, yeah. She turns to Noire.
That means we're still friends, and friends help each other. Liang said that the film reel could cause some problems for you. Let me help you find it.
How exactly are you going to help exactly? No offense, but it's not like you've been really that helpful for now. Like I said, maybe if we manage to find whatever recordings you have, maybe that could help, but yeah, in the meantime, we'll see. Hey Logger, your records have been filled with life recently. That's very specific as well. Maybe that would work as a pickup line. Who knows? Maybe that could... You know what? You guys go on ahead and try. Try your hand at raising up Loggerhead, and you let me know how it works. How it works out for you.
I'll catch that thief and take the film back to the ACD. Then you'll be safe. I'll clear my name, and the problems in Chinatown will be solved. That's 3 birds with 1 stone. Genius, right?
Yeah, now how about we talk about how we are going to accomplish that?
Excuse me.
I mean, it makes sense what you're saying, but
I was just caught off guard.
How exactly are we doing that? They called me the... I don't even want to read that sentence. I don't think I am supposed to, what you call that, delete it or not, but yeah, I'm not even going to bother reading it. Sarge, don't write things like that. There is no point once again.
You know, Miss
It seems that I've been saying
this
that
is what I like about
too much.
You always speak your mind.
And sorry, Noire, for interrupting you. That's my bad. Her eyes squint a little as she curves her mouth into an unexpectedly gentle smile.
Our relationships are so complex, aren't they? That's what makes them so intriguing, captivating, really. A constant source of inspiration. But sometimes I feel that life is better kept simple. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Vigil?
Agreed.
There are certainly simpler ways to say, I am suspicious of you, and I have no intention of cooperating. I see.
May I ask you another question?
Well, you can ask. Doesn't mean that she's going to answer, or that she's going to answer truthfully. But at the very least, you can ask. Hey, Log, can I be the love interest in the film called Your Life? You know what? That one is kind of cute. Might work. Might work. For 3 days, might work. After that, she will forget about you, but, you know. I mean, she said that she would label her films so she would remember which one is important or not. So she would forget you, and then she would fall in love again with you. All over again. Every 3 days she would fall in love with you. Isn't that beautiful?
Please.
The rumors about CO7. Which ones are true?
I don't think a few old stories will help you solve the case.
It's not only for the case, but for my own curiosity.
Is it though? I mean, why not, I suppose.
I wasn't lying when I said I was familiar with your works. I really like them, and this question matters a lot to me as a fan.
I see.
Noire ponders for a moment.
In that case, I really don't think you should know the truth for your own good.
Okay. Well, that's kind of too bad then. I was kind of curious as well.
I appreciate your love for my works, but it's not a good idea to dig too deep into what went on behind the scenes. Just enjoy the stories for what they are. Otherwise, the magic will be ruined.
Yeah, I have to admit, after learning a few things about some TV shows or movies that I've watched and learning how things went behind the scenes, like she said, it kind of ruined the magic for me. So, in a way, I suppose she's right. I'm still rather curious and I would like to know. But I understand. Fine. Keep your secrets, Noire. Be like Gandalf. She gives a slight shake of her head, but a flicker of contemplation passes through her downcast eyes.
Well, I can tell you one thing that might interest you, though.
Ah, what would that be? No, wait, no. Why? Why did it have to be that way? Where was I at? Log, do you know what's the most beautiful film? I think it's the one we'll make together. Hey, Jimmy, you're pretty good at this game. You're pretty good at raising up Loggerhead for some reason. But I should give praise where praise is due. That was also a pretty good one. Now you're like, if evil, why hot, I guess. That's usually how it goes, right? But I don't think that Noire is evil. I think she has some reasons to keep her secrets, but I don't think she's evil per se. I hope, at the very least. But it wouldn't be the first time that I would like an evil waifu. Arcana is the main antagonist of this game, and she's probably one of my favorite waifus. But she's not playable, she's just the antagonist for now. But yeah, I really, really, really like Arcana. She's evil and hot. Mousetrap. When the nose catches the scent of cheese, that's when the tail gives it away. Noire isn't evil, she's keeping her secrets. Yeah, it seems that way. For some reason, perhaps she just doesn't like to speak about whatever happened. Perhaps there is more to it than that. To be fair, there is a lot we don't actually know. And it's that French guy. Hello, Kai. How are you? It's been a while. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. No, he's German. No, he's Chinese. I am from everywhere. Night has deepened, and the little restaurant on the corner outside of Chinatown is almost empty. The doorbell chimes, and 2 people walk in.
Scott and Saul Officer, over here.
Tall officer? Do you mean Poitiers?
Again, it's Poitiers. Have you seriously already forgotten my name? It's only been 3 hours.
At Loggerhead's call, the 2 newcomers take a seat at her and Liang's table.
What's your status?
Couldn't find anything useful. Sorry. I already asked the investigators who came with me to track down the other missing items. You know, to cover up for Loggerhead. But so far, they haven't found anything.
Wait, what about Matilda? Where is Matilda? Because, we saw her for a split second, but ever since then, we haven't seen her again. Where is she? Where is my little French girl? There is a special case to me. She is too evil that I can't even simp. She's on Reddit without getting through to hell. I'm not sure I understand. What character are you talking about? Is that a character that we know of? How will I know that a cute girl is the reason of the destruction of so many lines in other games? Well, that's the neat part. You don't know. You can just see her as a cute girl. You don't need to think about the evil part. As long as she's cute, right? I'm not entirely sure that's how it works, but for some people it might.
As for the person who stole the item, I haven't a clue.
Well, at least there haven't been any reports of arcane explosions or earthquakes. No news is good news, right?
Yeah, I mean, arcane explosions and earthquakes have nothing to do with our investigation. But yeah, I guess.
What about you? Any leads?
I guess we should mention that it seems like Loggerhead is very optimistic, which is sweet, but also not very helpful.
Miss Noah didn't take the film, but she refused to tell us anything about its curse or the former owner, He Rijun.
She lets out a deliberately dejected sigh, withholding the final message Noire gave her.
Looks like I'm the only one who has good news.
Oh, nice.
You do? What about?
Poitiers tilts her head, gesturing past Scott to the darkened street outside the window.
The illegal trade of arcane items. You told me to keep an eye on it. I contacted my guy who tracks all that stuff. Told me about this trader called Pug Dog, a middleman in the black market.
Pug Dog? Really? Pug Dog. I shall not judge his name.
He was pulled over for speeding this morning, but he actually paid the ticket right away. Can you believe that? I wouldn't be surprised if he shot the police car and ran away there.
An outlaw suddenly behaving himself. He must be up to something important. Something big enough to make him avoid getting into trouble over a speeding ticket.
Makes sense.
The officers thought the same, so they tracked him to this stolen car, right? Well, guess where it's headed? Here. Chinatown.
Okay. And that helps us how? Log, do you know what's the perfect and ideal film? I don't think it exists. What if we make it together in 3 days? Just for you, Log. Why are you Are you really so hell-bent on raising up Jamie? Loggerhead Jamie. Do you have a thing for camera-headed girls? You can. I'm not judging. To each their own. But you are coming up with pretty good ones to hopefully seduce our camera-headed girl, I guess. I just hope that she will remember everything you said, and that she will look back on those movies or films that she will record with you, and that she will look back at them fondly. A man with a deep, jagged scar across his brow saunters under the moonlight. At last, he stops, slipping into a darkened alleyway. He has no idea that 4 silent pursuers are lurking nearby, hidden under a rookie vigil's silent shadow arcane skill.
What's he doing?
Waiting for someone's my guess.
A middleman for the arcane black market. So he probably has the cursed film. And now he's planning to sell it to someone. We should get him now, before the film's sold off. Come on, this is our chance.
Well, cool down. We don't know anything yet. Yeah, be patient. Isn't a camera-headed girl perfect in her own way? You're also perfect in your own way. Even Ktosh, all of us are. I like the even Ktosh. Poor guy took a stray bullet. But yeah, I suppose a camera-headed girl could be perfect, probably. And to be fair, like I said, I do find Loggerhead quite adorable. She seems very cute. Liang clamps her hand over her mouth just in time, muffling her outburst.
Shh! Someone's coming.
From the depths of the shadows, a figure emerges. Not walking toward Pugdog, but riding something. Perhaps a wheelchair? No, Noire! Noire, don't become an evil person.
Good evening, sir. I hope I didn't keep you too long.
Ah, of course. Well, it's not like we would see another character in a wheelchair.
You got the dough?
Of course.
Noire pulls a rectangular object from her coat.
It's an envelope. Looks pretty thick.
Poitier is right. Pugdog takes the envelope and pulls a handful of bills from it before nodding in satisfaction.
All here. Don't you worry, alright? You can trust me. Everyone in LA knows Pugdog.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but his name sounds kind of ridiculous. But why not? He stuffs the bulging envelope in his pocket before pulling an item from his jacket.
Here's your stuff.
The item cuts an arc through the darkness, landing precisely in Noire's waiting hands.
Ha! I like customers like you. Generous and to the point. Alright, I'm out of here. Pleasure doing business with you. And hey, feel free to call me again.
He scans the area before turning back to Noire, lowering his voice.
Seeing as you're a good customer of mine, here's a bit of advice. Watch your back on the way out of here.
He's actually kind of a good guy. A good criminal, I guess. Because he's warning her about the others. I assume that he noticed them.
What do you mean?
But Noire doesn't get the chance to press further. The moment has come. Liang strides out from the shadows.
Sorry to interrupt, but neither one of you will be making your own way home. Miss Noire, Pugdog.
I will grab a screenshot of that. Thank you very much. I love the art style in this game, man.
I'm afraid you'll be coming to the Arcane Affairs office with me.
Fucking cop!
Ah. Time for the tiger. Electric well, I don't have her, but, you know. Well, a man can dream. Who are we fighting? We are fighting Pugdog. We're not fighting Noire. Holy shit, he has only 23k HP. I see. I'm not Dog Pig the Strong. Hey, I'm Dog Pig, the strongest guy around. Yeah. Snoop Dogg. Well, you know, Snoop Dogg sounds better than just Pug Dog for some reason. Maybe it's because of the reputation he has built over the years. And I can't type lately. Is it just lately, my dude? Is it just lately?
What I'm good at.
Ah, you know what? Let's get
What I'm good at.
her burst up.
Laundry time.
If she doesn't... Oh, she doesn't kill right away. Okay.
Up and at it.
How rude!
How rude indeed. You know what? This...
Appointment
Oh, no, my bad. Buff her.
Yes, I got this.
And I
can do it.
guess...
It could be Kevin
There you
there.
go. I mean, he's going to
Don't
die
be
just
afraid.
with Flutter Page's burst, I think.
Higher than a bell tower.
But I just like her burst. It looks pretty. Yeah, there you go.
That weren't even as tough as waking up an old factory man.
Ow! Easy! Easy!
Shut up and stay down!
Pug Dog's attempts to fight back have been utterly useless.
Miss Noire, could you show me what he gave you?
I don't think she wants to.
Go ahead.
She hands a dusty grey box to Liang. Inside is an ordinary-looking film reel, but Liang can feel the vessel containing Xiangliang growing warm against her skin.
Super 8mm. This must be it. Reunion of the three swallows. He Zhijun's final work. The culprit behind the strange happenings in Chinatown.
Yet, for now, it lies quietly in her grasp, docile and unthreatening.
Well, that was easier than expected. Half a day and we've already tracked it down. Now all we gotta do is stop it from doing its arcanum-y thing. But how? Smash it?
Before Liang can respond, Noire voices a polite opposition.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why not? I mean, I assumed as much, but I would like to hear a reason.
I have to admit, Miss Noire's right. Arcane items need to be handled with the utmost care. No one knows what will happen once it's broken. We could make things worse.
Right, because Arcanum is quite unpredictable, I suppose.
Fine. Let's take these two back to the office first. On your feet, tough guy. We gotta go.
Ugh. Damn it! How'd you find me? Some asshole sell me out?
Pugdog is yanked up from the ground. He reluctantly follows Poitier, grumbling and cursing under his breath. But as he passes Liang, he stops.
Wait. You?
He stares. Not at her precisely, but at the figure cowering behind her.
It was you! You fucking traitor! I should have known you were working with the cops!
Loggerhead tilts her head in confusion.
Huh? What are you talking about? Wait, let me explain. This is just a misunderstanding.
Wait, it's Scott?
Don't worry, Miss Scott. You're right. There has been a misunderstanding between you and him. Allow me to explain.
Scott heaves a sigh of relief, only for Liang's next words to hit her like a thunderclap.
You never had the intention of betraying him, nor were you working with us. You simply gave him the item you wanted to sell. That's it.
Oh ho ho ho! What does that mean? Wait, no! No, game! You can't do this to me! No! Ah, man. Fine, be that way, game. I shall be a patient man. But, at the same time, I am patient for the story, but I am less patient with my dinner. Because I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now, and I feel like, yeah, by the time if we start another stage, I think that we'll probably get interrupted with ads, And oh, and thank you Scarlet Bunny for the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome to our tiny community that is filled with great people and strange people alike, but everyone is welcome. But thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Like I said, I am getting extremely hungry, not gonna lie, because it's almost 11 p.m. for me. Only 5 hours? Well, usually that's how long I stream for, somewhere between 4 and 5 hours. Exceptionally, I sometimes stream longer than that, but that's rather exceptional, you know. Oh, they do too. Like, not even left you play the whole story in day one? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Technically speaking, you can play the game on day one. You can play everything. There is no time gating for the story bits. It's me choosing to cut things into specific pieces. Because if you take a look at my stream yesterday, for instance, I streamed for like 5 hours, maybe 5.5 hours. And number one, that tires me quite a lot. And number two, if you add the 5 hours from yesterday and the 5 hours from today, that's 10 hours. And I can't just be seated for 10 hours straight. And keep in mind, we are barely over halfway through the story. So yeah, that's a bit difficult for me to go through the entire story in one sitting, at least when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, I can go much faster, but you've seen me, you've watched me yap. I yap quite a lot, so it does take more time. But today I will be streaming at... not today, sorry. Tomorrow I will be streaming at 4 p.m. Central European Standard Time. So I will start my stream 2 hours earlier compared to today. That's only on Saturdays that I do that. But that means that it will leave us more time, and hopefully we'll manage to finish the story tomorrow. Regardless, I think I will have to finish the story tomorrow because, like I said, I don't like interrupting stories. And what do you call that? And I will be streaming exceptionally on Tuesday for Zani in Wuthering Waves. So yeah, I will try and finish the main story of this event tomorrow. I will do my best. I will probably have to yap a tiny bit less because that means we have 10 stages to go through in one day. And so far we've only been able to do 6 stages each day. So yeah, there is that. I am slow. But usually since I start earlier on Saturdays, I do stream for longer. So I would have more time and thus we might be able to finish it up. Hopefully. We'll have to wait and see. Don't worry, I thought was the game like they segmented the story and put in certain dates. Nope. I know some games do that, but not in reverse. They drop the entire story in one go for the patch. I mean the main story. Like if you take a look at this, okay, this is the menu for the event story that is ongoing that just came out like yesterday. And then you have other bits of story. Here, for instance, that's a story specific to Liang Yue. And then here you have anecdotes. I can't click on it because it's locked, because the anecdote is going to come out in 10 days. That's another bit of story, but it's a character-specific story, which has nothing to do with the... Well, it doesn't always connect to the main story. Most of the time it doesn't, actually. It's just to get you to know more about specific characters, especially characters that actually don't appear in main story related content. That way you still get to know them a bit. Honkai Impact 3rd do that, like the first part 1 through 5 and part 2. January... No, is it? Yeah, January 5th, January 7th, and the third part on January... No, this is May 5th. Okay, May 1st, May 7th, and May 5th then. Okay. I never know when people use month, then day, or day, then month. I myself am used to day, then month, but generally speaking, I see both online, so it's complicated. but I understand what you mean. And yeah, I do realize, like for instance, even Genshin Impact, when they have event stories, sometimes you will have 4 quests, but you will have to wait a couple of days between each quest in order to continue, which is kind of annoying, not gonna lie. It's kind of annoying because I would like to be able to go at my own pace, not let the game decide what my pace is, you know. But it is what it is. Thinking about that, I mean, the Archon quest, I will probably stream it, but I also wanted to stream the event quest because it seemed interesting. But given the fact that it might be delayed like that, I might have to what do you call that? To wait for the event. 9/11, 2001. I'm gonna get banned for this shit one day. Not gonna lie, you probably will at this rate, Tosh. You probably will. For now, you're fine, but there are a few things that I've already told you not to write about, and be more careful with what you write on chat. It's fine if you want to talk about 9/11, but you should be careful with what you write. Even though I like having you here, you always bring some interesting takes on chat, but you should be careful with what you write. I will give you fair warnings, but one day you might get banned for what you write. It's only you can control what you write. Tosh, remember, control yourself. The owl's nice impression can shatter and ban you. Yeah, I mean, if someone is disrespectful or says things that I find that are not appropriate for chat, then yeah, I will ban them regardless of how long they've been watching the channel. It's you have to be careful, and not just careful, just think for a second, is this something that I should write or not? And hopefully your common sense will be something that we share. Or rather, hopefully you will share the same common sense as us. The rest of us, I mean. Because you're probably the one who tends to write the things that might get you banned. Like the ones that are the most likely, or the likeliest, sorry, to actually get you banned. But for now, you're fine. For now. But you have been warned. Let me grab some rewards. There we go, perfect. Like I said, I am going to eat dinner because I am quite hungry, and I will stream tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European Standard Time. And is there anything else I should say? Nope. So I guess I can leave you on that note. Thank you so much for watching. I wish you all a great rest of your day or dinner. Or a great rest of your day, or a good night, a good evening, a good afternoon, a good whatever it is, you know. Good luck. I keep reading Tosh's message while I'm trying to speak, and it's messing up with my brain. Yeah, my brain is kind of dying right now. And thank you for the hydrate, Jamie. I'm going to hydrate, I'm going to eat, I'm going to do all of that. Good luck on your dinner. Yeah, I don't really know how I'm supposed to have luck for my dinner. I'll be fine, thank you. Wish you the best and a tasty dinner. Thank you very much. And thank you also, Deidara, for the good night. Rest well and see you tomorrow. Good night to you guys as well. I hope you rest well. I hope you have an incredible day before we start the stream tomorrow. And I'll see you indeed tomorrow. Bye-bye.